We need to.
And we've been chopping it up behind the scenes, getting it in. You know, I'm sorry for the not only the late start on our late start, but sorry, ladies and gentlemen. You know, work. They ask things of you, and you know sometimes you try to fulfill what you can. So I know how we're behind on Living Split Screen. Me and Paul were talking deep about some community things and conversations that have been happening this week. And as you guys can see, I'm already ready to be kind of funny, right? With the PlayStation 5 Pro being the best PC that you can get right now. Get it on your pre-orders. We'll definitely talk a little bit about that. And I'm not really gonna come from the tech side of things. I'm gonna start like kind of changing my approach a bit. Not necessarily changing it, but like kind of adapting it more into the perspective that I truly want to speak from. Again, I'm always speaking from the heart or whatever, but for me, as much as I may be into the tech, it's the hardware for devices and things like that. I also try to consider, again, there's a reason why the RTS View is one of the biggest models here. I try to always consider it from other people's perspective or how I would be if I was in somebody else's shoes and whatnot. So, I'm going to try to do that. I'm definitely going to try to do that more so today as far as the PlayStation 5 Pro conversations go, because it is interesting, man. It signals a few different things. I am very passionate about one side of it. I do think it's overly expensive. I do think it's pushing the limit of what we should expect for consoles, especially with us still 4 years into the generation, not getting what we were pitched, and finding more and more out that we were literally given a sales pitch and fell for every bit of it, because none of it has come to complete fruition outside of faster load times. That's like, honestly, everything else, sub 1080p, sub 1600p, and the PlayStation 5 Pro seems to be doing a lot of that, 1440p, upscaling it. We're still talking about these upscaling techniques and everything. So I just find that extremely interesting, especially when you look at the PC market, because again, I see a lot of people making these comparisons to PC and what's possible. Guys, again, I like to use common sense, and as much as I believe in there being innovation in console hardware, you have to imagine somebody putting so much innovation into something that you really think that somebody can fit a 4070, a 4080, or any kind of graphics card into one of the boxes that we have in our living room or in your room or the Series S, the PlayStation, whatever box that you own. Really think about that. What it requires for you to have this on a PC. How huge these pieces of hardware are, and everything that encompasses making a PC as an example of what we get in our consoles, right? And the amount of innovation that it takes to get the things that we get. And again, I'm not going to fall for the smoke and mirrors, right? So that's one angle, but I'm probably going to end up taking today. And again, it's just kind of how I'm feeling about things. And again, like I've told Pong in the background, when he was getting involved in PC, Pong, like when we were talking about it and everything, the biggest thing for me with Pong was making sure that I got him a PC, even if he never upgraded again, he could be good for 10 years. Now, would it be, again, because Pong is a little bit more on the enthusiast, well, I would say much more on the enthusiast end, even in comparison to me, right? I don't see the point in owning an OLED TV. I don't. That could be a conversation for people, and I get the reasons why, right? I'm a tech dude, dog. I understand it, but I would rather spend my money in other places, and I also have multiple hobbies as well. So there's multiple things that I take into consideration as far as investing into the hobby that I call gaming, right? And everybody has their own things and own metrics. Again, I'm playing in 1080p on a 3080 Ti, and Black Myth Wukong was struggling running at 60 frames. I have a 12-core, 24-thread processor. I've said this again. I have a 5900X. Ladies and gentlemen, Wukong, Black Myth Wukong, the game that everybody was raging about for a couple weeks, sold a lot of copies. was struggling running at 60 frames on my hardware at 1080p. Right? All the extra stuff is not going to fix that unless they optimize the game more and help it run more efficiently to get those additional performance gains, right? So there's just a lot that goes into it. PC is a very complicated thing to get it to just talk about in general, because PCs do a lot more than consoles do, and there's certain things that consoles should be able to do when it's focused on purely gaming and some entertainment, as we've welcomed it more and more with the digital era with Netflix and Hulu and all the other services that we use on it. We just gotta. I want you guys to take these bits and pieces and kind of just keep them in consideration for when we get into the conversation later about it. Because I think all of those things are important. It's all about the experience that you're trying to get out of it. If you're trying to get 4K gaming, again, out of a PC, you're going to spend $2,000 for it, $1,500 to $2,000 for it. Don't let nobody tell you different. That is what the price tag is. You are not going to get something similar like that from a console on PC unless you're willing to spend the extra ducats for it. And people telling you that you can build a $800 console, yes, you very well can build yourself an $800 console. A PC? Now, would I recommend you doing that? No, because you're not setting yourself up properly for the future. But again, budget is everything. How you set things up is everything. If you do that, you should be building it. Do not buy a pre-built for around those price ranges would be my biggest suggestion to anybody. If you were considering to buy a $700 to $800 pre-built PC, just get you a console. Specifically for gaming, just get you a PC. Just get you a console. Whatever console your choice. Decide what games you like to play and kind of go from there, man. So, but that's just a little tease for some of the other things we're going to get into. Again, it's been really interesting to hear the multiple angles of things and just how passionate people are all of a sudden about RDNA 4, as an example, with the PlayStation 5 Pro. Because again, I feel like we're going through the same semantics that people doubted when Microsoft was talking about the Series X, right? All the additional features, the tools, and all the things that we have not seen been used in the last 4 years are all of a sudden going to be used now because of the PlayStation 5 Pro. And more. I just find that very ironic, very funny, very uncanny in ways. Hey, you see what I did there? And I think it's interesting because I am one to believe as well. The PlayStation 5 Pro, I think, is going to have a lot more benefits for Xbox than people are anticipating. Nonetheless, there's a lot of different directions to go. I am Steel Rain, one half the dynamic duo known as Living Split Screen, where we come every Saturday morning, except last weekend because we did a full-on Space Marine 2 campaign co-op veteran gameplay playthrough. Top to bottom. I even added start, middle, and end to the different parts so that people knew and could identify if you were interested in watching that, what we were experiencing, where we were at, and kind of going from there. All of it had commentary over it. We had a dumb amount of fun playing as well. First time that we've probably been able to do that in a long time. Probably the first game that we've done that with, truthfully. Just top to bottom, and it really took me back to the fun we were having with Dying Light 2 as well. The 60 plus hours that we put in there, didn't end up beating the game. We were just enthralled in that experience, bro. It was crazy. But it has also been taking me back to, I was telling Pong this in the background. Space Marine 2 makes me feel how I felt about Gears 2 back in the day, bro. Like, coming over from Gears 1, going into Gears 2, and just the infatuation that I started having for the IP. And again, I always like to give people this example. I did play Halo 3, but the thing that pulled me away from Halo was Gears, right? And I wasn't as invested in that IP, which is something else that I love. As I was in this third person slam up against the wall, high octane shotgun action kind of game. And like Pawn was mentioning in the background as well, that hyper masculine, over the top, really fulfilling that power fantasy, and making you feel part of that experience. I don't think I've really have felt that from a game since then. Right, there's been games that have been good, right? Mass Effect is another one but even that was on a different level, because it was definitely much more deep than these games are. This is just like, when you think about being a powerful character, when you think about just, you hear about the lore, the rumors about these certain subsects, especially say Space Marines, factions and whatnot. And you get in there into the experience, and you see the vistas that you end up being a part of, and these arenas that you end up stepping into, and just how things play out, these action sequences. Pong, I wanted to ask you this, because this was something else that, and I just interrupted my intro, but this was something else that ACG and them were talking about. They had all mentioned that they had a hard time with the pillar part, right, of Space Marine 2, where we had to shoot the gargoyles off the pillars or whatever, off the chains. We died. Yeah. That was like the one part we died probably. We died
a couple times. I mean, it was three, 4 times,
two,
maybe max.
Like something.
Once
like
we figured out the rotation, it was fine.
And it was pretty quick that we figured it out.
Yeah.
Too, as well.
Yeah. I had the God, was that gun called? The blaster, or the flamethrower blaster, which is an area of effect.
Was it the shotgun one? Like, it felt like
the shotgun one, like where it's an area of effect. So I was taking them down pretty quick, but even your pistol could take them down. So yeah, no, it only took us 3-4 times, I think.
They said they had a really hard time with that part, man. They said it was one
of
the worst
on the hardest.
I don't
because
think
so. We were one step down.
They didn't mention. I don't know. That's
the only thing I can think of, because obviously it gets the snipers on that part is what the problem is, right? Because they're way off around the corner tagging you, and if you're not paying attention, you're getting hit from multiple directions, and those snipers take your health down like so fast, bro. Like, they are OP.
Yeah.
So once we figured that out, and I started taking out the snipers as we were rolling around, I think you did too on your side, then it was fine. Then we contained everybody else, and we could take out the gargoyles on the energy pillars. But yeah, no, I can't believe they really had a hard time with that.
They talked about that.
The first couple times we were like, holy shit, because we were.
It was a lot.
It was like, oh my god. But then it was like, okay, I got this now. Let's do this, and we were fine.
So I want to see if I was misremembering that or whatever.
No, we were fine on that one.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, I didn't think that was that bad. It was really, and overall, playing on veteran difficulty. I mean, across the game, I mean, there were some sections that were like, bro, like, what the fuck just happened? Especially as we were getting towards the end of the game, bro. That one part where we're just standing on that mound and getting to it. I don't want to give spoilers for anybody that's still in.
Yeah, no, people are memeing the shit out of that too. They're doing the girl posting, guys only want one thing and it's sick.
That's fact.
And then they post that shit. I've seen that multiple times on TikTok. It's fucking hilarious. I don't have TikTok, but they repost it on X, and it's true. It's freaking, because Steele and I were just, even though you could see our faces, you could hear it in our voice, and we were smiling, grinning from ear to ear. Then that whole scene going, yeah, let's get this.
Is badass. Yeah. It felt absolutely amazing. Gene says Paul sounded like he's calling in an airstrike on the walkie-talkie. Really? I wonder why. I thought it was you saying Paul, turn your mic down. I can turn Paul's mic down. Is it his mic's a little loud, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry if it is. We can adjust. We can definitely adjust some things. What you got your mic at right now, Paul? Oh God, you're muted. Okay.
No, I know I am. No, I was just listening back to YouTube, and I was a little bit loud. So,
okay.
Yeah.
What you got?
But again, that's because I come over from Mavs, and Mavs for some reason I'm always low. Always low on Mavs.
You got yours at right now?
In Discord?
Yeah. Is that where you adjusted at?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me take a look here real quick.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
I got it 70. I got it 75%. So
drop it down to about 70. Drop it to 70 and see where it's at.
Okay, how about now? I'm at 65 now. About 10%.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah,
outstanding.
Okay, cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me know how I sound as well. Let me know if I'm a little loud as well, ladies and gentlemen. I can also turn Pong back up. There you go. Perfect. Nixie says, I like Pong Soul's Battlefield 3 mic sound. Yeah, I guess because it was peaking the way that it was, that's how it was going. Jago was like, Pong, your mic is on overdrive. You're very loud. Hey, we're getting it. We're getting it honed in, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it goes, man.
I don't know why, but again, Mav's channel, we use Discord over there, and all of a sudden it's completely different than what Steele's got here. It's nuts. And
it might be because here I have you turned up all the way. So that might be what it is.
That might have been. But anyways.
But I can also hear it in your mic though too. So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
That's weird as hell. All right, let's see. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, that I didn't see that earlier. I had you guys kind of set off to the side. We were chopping it up and everything. But again, back to it. This is Living Split Screen, Saturday morning conversationalist gaming podcast, talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. And we got a lot to talk about this week, especially. But this is also the main home of the RTS view. That's that real-time strategy where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our research together so we can not only build up our own foundation right here on Live a Split Screen, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there, which I think is just a key part to everything that we do. Not only that, this is also the home of that ECP. There's going to be a lot of that going around today. Educated consumer perspective, because again, like me and Paul were talking about in the background, and I saw, and Paul was telling me that we got some people back in the community again who are trying to tell people that unless you've played, and just using this as an example, because I thought it was a great example that Pong used, just because if you haven't played football, then you can't talk about football. Or if you haven't done a specific thing, then you cannot talk about that specific thing. Again, unless we're talking about games that you haven't beaten and talking about them as if you did beat them, I think that's the only time that kind of ideal or that thought process applies. But other than that, like me and Paul were talking about, that's not how this works. Educated consumer perspective exists for a reason. We can take our history or our experience, main key, experience, and everything that we've learned, not only in our hobby known as gaming, which is why we are here today, but also our professional experience, right? Whether that be in sales, customer service, just across the board, business acumen, as some people like to throw those words out there. We like to tie all those things together that we have learned over the years and bring them right here on Living Split Screen and give them to you guys live, raw, and uncut. Because we believe in everything that we talk about here, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's what makes Live a Split Screen such a beautiful thing. So, before I pass it on to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, Nixie says in chat, have you guys tried the PvP mode in Space Marine 2? If so, thoughts on it? Nixie, I'm definitely going to get to that. I don't want to get deeper into a bag. I have at least 20 hours in the PvP. It's been the main thing that I've been jumping into this week. If I had an hour or two that I felt like I can jump on for a bit, that's what I've been jumping into. It's really the main thing that I want to play, along with more PvE content, because I'm really liking what some of the builds are able to do when you level them up, bro. The sniper seems super fun. Being able to go consistently invisible after assassinations, therefore causing the enemy to lose track of you, is such a dope concept. And I'm not even trying to main the sniper first, but just seeing the build diversity, knowing that the game is still fresh, it's new. I believe that the team is going to end up really looking to support this game. You got the top guys from Saber talking about how successful that this game is and how they're feeling about it, and it's just such a beautiful thing to see. So a lot of potential in it, but we'll definitely get into it next. But get to the uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, the one and only Pong. So what's going on, bro?
Yo. Do the Jasper intro. Listen, everybody, welcome to another episode of Living Split Screen. That's right. Live, raw, and uncut. Steel is ready to rock and roll, obviously, coming off his night shift.
Oh, yeah.
Primed.
Long one.
Primed. Oh, my God. The man is crazy. So I had to get to the gym early this morning, so I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm all fired up. We got a lot to get into. We didn't have a show last week, like Steele said, because we were actually doing what we do, which is gaming. And Steele and I haven't been able to game like that together in a long ass time. Last weekend was dope. It was just fucking fun. Having huge stretches of just Space Marine 2 over 3 segments. My Steam copy says 17 hours. Yeah. Just a little over 17 hours. So, and that, obviously we had some breaks in there or whatever else, but that's pretty much all gameplay. And that's how much we got out of it, playing all the main missions plus all the side missions except for one that we got to go back and do. Yes. But we did all the side missions. But those side missions were much bigger than I thought. Like, nobody described them in the reviews that way, like that they were that big. Like, they were actual, like, meaty missions, side missions. Yes. Missions. And but yeah, so still, side note here, by the way, too, speaking of, we're gonna get into PC versus console talk and all that kind of shit too. I had my Steam up here real quick, and I just realized I've owned my PC for a year and a half now. I'm over 200 games in Steam.
Oh damn! I mean, you have been getting some good deals on there,
bro. Yeah, no, it's 75% of them I have not paid over $5 for. Right, you've been literally 75%. I have not, and there's a lot of old games in here or whatever else, but it's just crazy. Bro, I just noticed that number. I was like, it's like 216. I'm like,
that's crazy.
Man. I got a problem. I got a problem.
Imagine if you get a handheld device, the next one that comes out that allows you to get access to your Steam to your Steam
Some of these
library.
will. Some of these will be good for handheld.
Days,
I could do it.
Those days you get off of work, you just want to sit on the couch. I mean, of course, the TV experience is always going to be the preferred, but
Oh, I forgot to tell you too, Steele. We're just gonna have a personal conversation here. Fuck the chat. I picked up Monster Hunter, by the way, too. The last two. Yeah, the last two. Not World. No. Yeah. I got those for $5 a piece. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Rise and Sunburst, whatever. So.
Oh, okay. Before the DLC.
Yeah, I got both, and they were $5. So, so I picked those up. But I was going to tell you before the new Monster Hunter comes out next year. I need to get back in there with you, and you need to teach me how to really get down and dirty with Monster Hunter.
Oh, so, I would be teaching myself again as well, but
yeah. That's cool. That's cool because you got tons though. You got tons of hours, so it'll come back to you quickly. So I need to learn because that new Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm all in, bro. That's looking.
I definitely think. World would be a good.
You think World would be better? You think so?
I don't know. No, I think Rise would probably be a little bit more fun. Just because of the fact that it is faster and a lot of the concepts in Rise are going to especially with Sunbreak, and I didn't play Sunbreak, so a lot of what's in there is going to be in Monster Hunter Wilds, although it is going to be more like World.
Correct.
The main difference is,
but weapon-wise and attack-wise, it's going to be more.
It's going to be more similar for sure. Especially with dual blades, and I was already using dual blades and stuff like that. So. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely do that.
I mean, we played some when it was on Game Pass, right? We did play for a little bit. Yeah. So I just want to really kind of learn how to play because I've never really I played on Vita, PSP. I played Monster Hunters back in the day, but obviously I just run single player, just the basics. And again, back then those were more basic Monster Hunters. They didn't get to the level that they did over the past, these last few iterations where they've really honed in on the skill level for sure. And so I just really want to learn how to play with the different weapons because that's Wilds looks just freaking fantastic.
I mean, and honestly, the thing about Monster Hunter is just picking one weapon and finding what you really like. And again, a lot of that you can do on a single training dummy. That's where I would always, especially if we jump back into it, that's the first thing that I would definitely suggest. Or as we get closer to that time as well, before we jump into it, just look at some weapons and stuff that seem interesting to you and see what really speaks to you, because 90% of the experience in Monster Hunter is that. You have to be having fun using the weapon that you're using. If you are not having fun, it's not going to be worth you even thinking about a second weapon. Because there's so much that goes into even building one weapon. That's why We could definitely get into it, man. There's a lot to consider. Again, I'm no professional. Again, shout out to Rurikon. I think he's one of the better. He's an older gentleman like yourself as well, and that's one of his main things. He makes a shit ton of Monster Hunter content. He talks about other games as well. He's like Fighting Cowboy in that way, but
okay.
I'm no Monster Hunter pro, but I definitely know enough. I think we can get us right before WoWs come out for sure.
For sure.
I think.
Sorry about the side tangent, folks. I was just taking a left-hand turn there real quick.
I mean, I'll be there for WoWs.
Anyway, Space Marine 2. I have not played any of the PvP yet. I was planning on jumping into it. Got busy on Sunday. Could not jump into it with Steel, so I have not even checked out the PvP. But this game for me right now sits in second place. I thought about long and hard. It's close to my game of the year, but I still have to give the nod to Dragon's Dogma. I still have to give it to Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, maybe that's just my single player RPG open world, love that I have. Like that's my favorite genre of all time. So, and that game hits so many notes for me. Again, just from character design to monsters, all that. Again, we're not going to get Dragon's Dogma 2, but that's why Dragon's Dogma 2 still sits at the top of my list. But this is a close second. This brings back exactly what we thought it was going to bring back when we started seeing the videos. This is why Steel and I, for sure, us two were pumping this game early because every time we saw it, it got better and better and better. And now Steel's praise of PvPs got me even more excited. But we just hit this one out of the park. This came in and we knocked it out with our initial thoughts. It turned out to be that and so much more. From the story, the acting. Again, I don't know why reviewers thought the story was lacking. I don't know why some reviewers thought that they were missing the comedy of the fucking orcs from the first one. Like I can't. Again, it's all opinion, all in the eye of the beholder. I just can't get down with this. After finishing the co-op with Seal, after going through it, is this going to win an Academy Award for best writing? No, it's not. But are there moments in this? This is exactly what we used to get on 360. There are moments in this game where legit Steel and I sat and listened to two generals give war speeches to the troops that we didn't have to. We could have walked right on by. But we sat there and listened to two full speeches. And those speeches, I was like, at the end, I was like, hell yeah, let's go. Like, that's so freaking awesome. Like Steel said, and I said this on Thursday, the hyper masculinity, which we don't get in video games anymore because the modern audience doesn't appreciate this, according to devs and publishers. Bullshit. This is blowing that narrative out of the water yet again. It just speaks to a base level in a lot of us gamers, right? It's not going to be for everybody. This isn't one that's going to sell 30 million copies, right? It's not like that. But this speaks to a base level, those of us that have that in us, that just want to go rip and tear, as I've been saying, stealing from Doom, but rip and tear shit up sometimes. Literally, yes. And get with our buddies and just freaking laugh. Yeah, and literally in this game. But just sit there and laugh, but also have moments of intensity where it's like, holy shit, you come out of it and you feel like you got to wipe your brow because you've been sweating because that shit got really rough and tough. And there are moment after moment in this game of that with the swarms all over you, right? And moments of absolute comedy. Again, inside joke, unless you're watching the streams. Early on, I was walking by and they load you up. Like you can pick they give you weapons and all sorts of shit all the time.
There's always
plenty of stuff. However you want to play the game, they're allowing you to play the game pretty much throughout the campaign. But we were walking past med kits and I you're going to hold 2 med kits at a time. And it was like, Steel, got an extra med kit over here. Why don't you come grab it? He's like, nah, man, I haven't been picking those up. I'm like, what? I'm like, you haven't been picking that. How are you surviving? I'm like, this is that skill gap. This is when I go, oh God damn it. I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you perspective, until Pong mentioned, and that was, had been in probably, we're 10 hours plus. Yeah, this is the first time, Pong's like, he's always said other things, but I just never picked them up. Always let him pick it up or whatever. I would just leave it there just in case he needed it or whatever. Because that's how I play in team-based games. It's like, unless my teammate says he's full, like, yo, Steve, I see this over here, I'm full, come get it. I'm not going to just naturally pick it up. I'm going to assume you're going to pick it up, right? And I wasn't doing bad on health, I felt like, and I was also trying to see if I could heal through fighting, right? And you can, but there's still supposed to be this push and pull system there. There was times where I was like, I'm not healing. And then other times where it was like, when Pong said that, that's when I really like put two and two together. It's like, yo, I really have not been dying like that. Like, I don't need it. I mean, you could use it if you need it. Like, I genuinely was just being like honest. I was just having a good time.
It was the arrogance. It was amazing. I was just like, yeah, okay, so figures you don't need that shit. I'm watching Steel run around with like 10% fucking health through like 3 different fucking hordes. I'm like, what is he doing? And I thought he had been healing. And like, I just thought,
that was the other
here
thing
I am
too.
going down, using both heals, using my guardian angel thing or whatever the hell that thing was called, which revives you one time. I'm like, oh my God, I'm just getting slaughtered. Here's Steel just running around, just freaking slaughtering stuff at 10% health the entire time. Again, it's just moments like that, though.
That was the other thing too. I didn't even realize that I kept forgetting that I could even heal myself. Like, it didn't become relevant until later because it does get crazy. It does get crazy later. But
yeah, it does. It does.
But also in that same moment is when I realized that like I could have been healing myself, right? Like I was had moments where I was worried about dying, right? And I was like, damn, I'm not getting health back fast enough, man. Fuck. Like I'm sitting there thinking that shit in my head, and he mentioned it. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I haven't been using them this entire time.
I hate you so much sometimes. Anyways, it's those moments again, those co-op moments. You know, and then even him running running 2-person co-op with one bot. Us appreciating the bot AI.
Shout out to Chiron. Yeah,
Chiron. Shout out to Chiron. I know Jazz had talked that the bots were worthless because he was playing single player, so he had 2 bots with him, and he said he was having massive issues with the bots during objective-based missions, right, where you had to hold the point steal. He said they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing in those moments. That makes sense. I could see how that would be a problem
with 2 people and a bot. Right. We were holding the objectives and stuff.
But Chiron, bro, he was out. Steel had this one moment towards the end of the game where all of a sudden he's like, holy shit, look at Chiron. Steel had thought that Chiron was behind us. Here's Chiron up at the freaking gate, just slaughtering the hordes as they're coming out, just working them over while Steel and I are back away from it.
Bro, just picture this, ladies and gentlemen. Chiron, like the AI bot, Chiron, was literally at least 100 feet in front of us in the middle of this huge pack, just going back and forth fighting.
Blood.
Yo, I'm running up like, bro, Chiron is up here by himself. He needs help. So it's just so funny. It's just so. It was
held down. But you could tell this is the way we think about this game. Just thinking back on some of the stuff we went through and just all the wow moments as we built up in the story and things changed and we had twists and turns. But we had thought we had seen it all, and then the next thing you know, we walk out, and again, the set pieces are so incredible. We walked out in these moments, and you can hear us live going, "Are you seeing this? Yeah, are we really seeing what is going on? Like, is this real? Like, is this actually happening at this time?" They did. Saber, shout out to Saber, just did such a fantastic job with the entire presentation of this game, with understanding what Warhammer 40K is, and especially what the Space Marines are supposed to be. Again, they're
ridiculous.
The easy comparison is obviously Master Chief, right? The easy comparison is the Spartans, right?
It's literally the same.
Altered humans.
It's the same
they're
concept.
genetically altered humans, right?
Literally, yeah.
These dudes are even bulkier, right, than the Spartans are. These dudes are even a little bit bigger. But they understood that, and again, me and Steel walking up on the, fighting alongside the humans, and being 9 feet, 10 feet tall amongst these human, the human military as well, and feeling that power. But even just the little things, like I said, the set pieces, but within those set pieces, like I was just talking about the human military that you come across, there was times where like the human military was fighting alongside of a steel, and it's all just pre-scripted, most of it with the tanks and that kind of stuff. But it felt like, okay, we got people with us. Like when the tanks rolled through steel, and there's that one scene dope. Again, that's another one that's been memed where we were like, what the I'm not going to spoil it because it's one of those moments where you just got to see it and feel it to understand it. But it just felt like that presence was really there. It didn't feel like it was just tacked on in the background. It felt like we were a part of these big, gigantic, massive battles. And then other times it would take you away from these massive battles and put you into these very, very tight-knit, close quarters, very personal, up in your face, visceral type battles where it was just you know, me, Steel, and Chiron the bot just getting swarmed and fighting for our lives, and limbs and everything else flying everywhere, parrying, throwing out freaking grenades, whatever we had to do, and feeling at that very razor's edge of, you know, that oh my God, at any moment we could get overwhelmed and we could all go down, right? Saber nailed this, man. This is just a throwback, but brought up. And again, as I've said from the beginning, this is the first AAA Warhammer game that I've experienced. This is the first full-fledged AAA Warhammer game. Again, Darktide, I think, tried to do that, but they just had too many problems out the gate, and it just kind of killed the momentum of that game altogether. This has actually nailed it from start to finish. Sure, it's not perfect. There's stuff they're working on. They're already patching it and that kind of stuff. That's cool. They got to add stuff. We got the roadmap. They're taking their time
with it too. So
they're taking time, which is fine. Again, I'm going to give these guys slack. There is no way with all the performance from the previous Warhammer games that even the most confident devs, and they were obviously confident, Saber knew what they had. Focus knew what they had. They felt really good. They delayed it, spent more time making sure it was right. But there is no way that they could have guaranteed the reception they've gotten from this game. There is no way in their minds that they could have said, oh, we need to have, you know, 12, 15 PvP maps. We need to have all this extra stuff. There is no way you're betting that kind of money from this type of team, Saber, who has been known more for AA stuff and that kind of stuff. There's just no way you're going to risk that in this day and age in video games. So I'm going to give them slack on some of the stuff that people say was a little bit lacking. You know, some of the co-op missions, we need more co-op missions. They feel repetitive. The PvP, like Steel said, yeah, sure, you can say the maps are, you know, you play maps and there's not a whole lot there. But for me, I'm going to give this team slack. And now that they've seen the success, I think they're going to grow it out. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I want to add on to your hype because 444 official dropped in here and they said, as someone who never played a Warhammer game, should I get this? I thought the trailer looked amazing. I just tuned in. 444. So you're new.
Welcome.
Pong.
Welcome.
Should 444 get Warhammer?
444 official. If you like, let me just put it, if you like Gears, if you like third person heavy shooters, absolutely 1000% pick up Warhammer and give it a go. It is worth it. If you have a buddy or two you can jump into with co-op, even better. You will even have a better experience. But this is a complete package game. I have not touched the PvP, but I've touched the co-op, and me and Steel finished the campaign together. So that part of it, I'm going to say is complete. Steel can fill in the PvP, and he's going to, when I flip this over to him, he's going to fill in the PvP section because he's played about 20 hours in PvP, but he's been loving it. Okay. And Steel's very picky about his PvP. Okay. This man is a PvP dude through and through, has been for most of his entire gaming life. So he is very, very picky when it comes to that. So I'm going to let him talk about that. But yes, this is the complete package. It's worth every freaking penny. If you liked 360 era, I don't know how old you are. If you played a lot of 360 games back in the day, like Gears, you will feel right at home here. This is the closest thing that we are getting this generation. It is freaking absolutely a beautiful game. It's amazing.
And the only thing I would say before I let Pong finish up what he was saying about Space Marine and everything else that he may be playing. 444, I made a post on Twitter. I don't know if you're following us on there as well. But I made, and I stand by the statement. I'll tell chat this very same thing, and I'm going to tell this to anybody that asks me probably for the years to come. If I only had $60, $70 to spend on one game, especially this year. And ladies and gentlemen, I got some games in my catalog right now that Jesus Christ. But if there was one game that I had to pick and you're going to tell me that this was the experience that I was going to get from it, it would have been easily, I would have turned down every other thing that I've played this year for this game. Easily. It wouldn't even be a question. I turned down, I would put down Dragon's Dogma, everything. There is no, there would be no questions about it. That's how much I feel about this game and what I mean about, hey, this gives me those Gears 2 vibes that I had, because again, that's when I was literally enthralled in it. Like, but again, maybe if you're not into this type of thing, and Paul made the joke on the show on PM and the PM, if you don't like people in suits, if that's not a thing for you, if you don't like over the top action, then I would not consider it. But if you love that kind of thing and you just want to be thrown into something, you're like, what is going on in this game? And from the very beginning.
Right. And Steel never had any real Warhammer background.
No.
Either. Steel never really had, like you, for 44. I've had a lot of gaming Warhammer experience. I own a lot of them, so I know the Warhammer universe a little bit. I'm very casual. Warhammer is very deep lore. I want to get more into it, but Steel comes from like you, with very little to none.
I have no knowledge.
And he fell in love with the Space Marines and Warhammer. Playing this game, and we'll play in the first one, but then follow up in this game. So, but you don't play the first one to play this one either.
The first one don't even hold a candle. The first one don't hold a candle to this one. I mean, again, as it should, but Jesus.
Yeah. It was 360 era. It was freaking double A. It was, Again, the fact that we got this game, though, the fact that they went back and took their chances here, Steel, to bring this IP back, when, again, Space Marine 1 was a beloved kind of cult classic of the 360, especially the Warhammer fans and you know, some of us that did play it back then, but it was by no means a large success. The fact that they pulled this one out and spent this much money, this much time, putting together this complete package, again, says it all about Saber and Focus. I got nothing but praise.
I'm very impressed. This is Focus's best game, honestly. That Focus has released, and
they got a lot. They got a lot of good games lately.
Flintlock was solid. What was the other game? I have it on Steam. It's
you got the Ghosts of
Banisher's Ghosts of New Eden, which is another one I still want to jump into. What I heard was good story wise. Right?
Yes. So, but I think this is a special game. This is going to be up there. I think this definitely, if it's not up for Game of the Year specifically awards, this definitely has to be in multiple categories. I think that the actors, a couple of them should be nominated in some of the actor categories. I think it should be up for sure. This should be best action game of the year. This should be up there, if not the automatic winner as of right now this year. I can't think of anything on top of my head as far as the action genre goes that is going to come close to this. Obviously, it depends what they all decide to put in there, but this should win awards. And to say a Warhammer fucking game is going to win awards is crazy. If you know the history of Warhammer games, the ups and downs of Warhammer games, they've never had an up like this. And I'll say it again, the Warhammer community right now, especially the ones that play video games, are ecstatic about this, because this is introducing new people to the Warhammer franchise, and that means nothing but goodness, because they're going to invest heavily. They now see that this is a winning formula for them. And that's going to be massive for those of us that do enjoy the Warhammer franchise. Again, I'm a casual when it comes to it, but this is going to mean more and more, and that's cool as hell. So I'm so happy for this team, so happy for all the Warhammer fans out there.
Dope.
Super dope. So I did all that, and then got in the week. Like I said, I got busy on Sunday, so couldn't play any PvP. And this week has been that too. Again, my schedule's effed during the week. I can't dive into gaming, and when I get home, it's like I'm still gaming, but it's just like I'm not in the mood for PvP. I'm just not in the mood for going PvP. So actually, what I did this week, Steel. Well, first of all, Age of Mythology Retail, continue to play that on a nightly basis. Again, I get in, do one AI skirmish or do one mission out of the campaign or whatever to end my night before I go to bed. It's the perfect palate cleanser. It gives my brain a relaxing strategy game to think about, but it really settles down the brain waves because I'm focused on what's happening, but it's not over the top. I'm not sweating. I'm not playing I'm not playing on some max difficulty or anything like that. It's like an easy game between chess and checkers, right? This is an easy game and I love that. I've always loved that before I go to bed. So Age of Mythology Retold is high on my list. This is one of my favorite games of the year as well. This is definitely going to stay in my top 5 this year. Just another fantastic job. But because of Space Marine 2, and because I got back into the Warhammer kind of mindset still, I did wind up downloading Inquisitor again and jump back into Inquisitor. Because Inquisitor being the Diablo clone, right? Mm-hmm. Which I've got, like, I don't know. I got to check my Xbox stats. I think I got 70, 80, 90 hours in that game. I don't know. I got to check it. In Inquisitor, it is not perfect. It is a cross. It is in between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile as far as complexity goes. So it's not quite as simple as Diablo 4, but it's not as complex as Path of Exile. It's somewhere in the middle. It is an underrated Diablo clone. The team Neocore who released it did a terrible job in the beginning. Again, this is back. This is what Warhammer's IP gets licensed out to whoever. Neocore got this. They created this great game, the concept, and we're going to turn this into a Diablo clone. Fantastic. Of course, I love freaking our ARPG looters. I mean, this is my realm. But they did a terrible job supporting it up front. Now, over the years, they have fixed it. They have added a freaking metric ton of content to this game compared to when it dropped. There has been a ton of DLCs. The complete packages are all out there. They've got 7 seasons released, which are now all just available to you. You can play them any which way you want to, in any order that you want to, and you can complete the seasons. They've got side missions galore. They've got crafting materials galore to craft special weapons, to craft special attachments. Their skill trees are freaking awesome. And then once you get max level, then you start earning specialty skills as well on top of that. You got to earn favor during the weekly favor for completing missions, which then gives you bonuses of weapons and chests and all sorts of stuff. Like, this game is complete. They have a series version. They have a next current gen version updated. Unfortunately, if you own the old version, they make you pay full price for the update. That happened last year. That pissed me off. All right, I was like, "What? You're not going to have an upgrade path for those of us that own the original?" Nope, they don't have the upgrade path. So I'm just playing the way it was. It's 30 frames, but an action RPG looter is what it is. Yeah. So I jumped back into that this week. I actually picked it up on PC too, still on sale. As well, and I'm gonna download it on there too and play it 60 frames and all beautiful and all pretty. This game is underrated. If you love Diablo clones, if you love ARPG looters, and you have any interest whatsoever in Warhammer, again, Inquisitors is a whole separate realm from Space Marines. Inquisitors are the groups that go out and squash heresy and go torture people and find who's heretics and who's not, and will kill off entire planets of heretics, okay? Like, Inquisitor group is above the law in Warhammer. Like, they don't answer to anybody. They can requisition an entire ship if they need to, and the captain can't say shit because they're an Inquisitor. So you are a badass in a different way from Space Marines. But they've got multiple classes. I think there's 7 classes with the DLC, 7 or 8 classes. I can't remember. I'm currently playing Assassin, which is fantastic. She's awesome. But there's all different classes for your play style. Inquisitor is a great game. You can always get it on sale wherever you want to play it at. So I would highly recommend it if you want something, a Diablo clone like that, and you like Warhammer. It is really good now. So that's what else I've been playing. I'm kind of boring. It's old. But again, easy for me to jump in, jump out. 1 or 2 levels. It's Diablo dungeon style levels. 1 or 2 levels. I'm out, complete some missions, done. Right? So it just makes it easy for me. So I did that as well this week, Steel. So that's about it for me. I've picked up a bunch of games. You'll hear me talk about random shit here and there. I did pick up and I played for a little bit, Steel, a Vampire Survivors clone with waifus and fan service a little bit called Maid of the Dead. But it is straight up a clone. It's fun. It's fun. It is what you expect it to be. It's a total freaking ripoff, but it's fun as hell. Again, you got waifus, you got a little bit of fan service, and you're killing zombies in a Vampire Hunter style or a Vampire Survivor style game. So I picked up that, and then I also started up Frostpunk. I'll be playing Frostpunk here this week because Frostpunk 2 drops next week. Frostpunk 2 is in Game Pass PC. So Frostpunk 2 is a freaking fantastic strategy game. The first one was awesome. Number 2 is looking ridiculous. Fired that up on the PC the first time. I played Frostpunk on the console before. Fired it up on the PC for the first time yesterday when I got home a little bit early before Xbox Ultimate. And my God, it's gorgeous. Holy shit, man. So I can't wait for Frostpunk 2. I kind of want to get back into the game. I haven't played it in a long time, so I just want to kind of get back into the basics again and figure it out. So I'll be playing more of that this week and weekend too. But yeah, that's all I've been doing, Steel. But you, sir, need to get down and dirty and talk some PvP, Space Marine 2, and whatever else you've been going on, man.
Yeah. Oh, and don't forget your game Lollipop Chainsaw came out this week as well.
Yes, I did. I will be picking up that next week on payday. So next week is I got Lollipop all lined up, and yeah, we'll be picking that up. I've been retweeting everybody's videos. Anybody who I've seen that's posted a video or screenshots from Lollipop Chainsaw is getting a retweet from me, 1,000%, because it's looking really good. Some people have complained about some of it. It's not a perfect, remake or remaster, I should say. It's not perfect by any stretch, but just the fact that people are able to go back and experience it right now, and it looks gorgeous, that's all that matters. And they didn't censor themselves, thank God.
No, they uncensored. They uncensored it.
Yep, they didn't censor it, so they still got the upskirt freaking achievement in there.
Yep.
So that's all. I appreciate that. It's dumb, but I appreciate that. So I'm picking it up next week.
Fahim says, anyone hear the news about the Transformers game? What happened to it? If you're talking about Transformers Reactivate, that's still in development as far as we know. The last thing we seen was a teaser. The other thing that we seen from that was some screenshots and stuff. If the screenshots are anywhere close to accurate, I think we're in for a treat, and I think it's going to bring back what we loved about like War for Cybertron, for an example. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that's something that is shown here at the Keeleys this year. The VGA, TGAs, whatever they're called. I don't know, man. That is something that we need to look out for, though, for sure. I haven't heard anything else additionally about it, though, because they are doing Gen 1 like Pong likes to, would like them to. So, and I like their spin on what they're doing with Gen 1 as well. So,
yeah, Gen 1 is what it's all about, man. Give me Gen 1 through and through. Oh, Decado, that's great news. If that turns out to be real, again, I'm going to take everything going on in the Warhammer community with a grain of salt, because there's a lot of conversations happening right now. What we were talking about last week, that they are trying to retcon some lore for the show and stuff. Decado just said Space Marine 2 has literally made Games Workshop embrace the original toxic masculinity they were trying to write out. Evidently, they told Amazon to keep with the core Warhammer 40K, no deviation. If that's the case, we in. Good. Fantastic. Let's fucking go. So, I
mean, just don't, not everything needs to be overthought, man. You know what I mean? If you want some of these IPs to grow, you gotta grow them before you just start doing try to dive on the deep end and start writing side stories, introducing, let's work with what we got right now, and build it up. Especially, I think, off the hype of Space Marine. Whatever you got going on with Henry Cavill, if he's really behind this whole Space Marine thing, but he can bring them to life and it feel anything like this game does, and it goes beyond. Because again, I could see there being an anime. I could see there being plenty of action movies based off of this, and them doing mending. I mean, again, it's just so funny because I've been looking into it, just into the lore more, to see even Warhammer has its own community of people. There's multiple channels that I've tuned into. One of them I just had to stop listening to, because when they were talking about the Space Marine, it just sounded so deflated. The way that they talked about it was like they had to force themselves to be excited about Space Marines. Even all the different factions and everything, because his perspective was just it's just, once you see one Space Marine, you've seen them all, kind of thing. And there's very few factions that kind of really separate themselves out, and there's so many other interesting things out in the Warhammer universe or lore that you could get into, that the people who play the board game or who play the actual game or whatever are like, yeah, Space Marines are cool, but that's not our main thing, right? It's just interesting to see that perspective of it.
And because again, Warhammer does have a billion different ways you can go. Like
Yeah.
they have so many different stories and so many different universes. Like it's crazy. Are you wearing? By the way, real quick, are you wearing the vampire fucking helmet?
What? Oh, yeah, because in PvP, there's the chaos side, which unfortunately doesn't have any customization.
Correct.
Well, except color. You can change the color and stuff.
Yeah.
But and then on the other side, you have all your customizations and everything. But
I just noticed the way I thought that was the vampire.
The assault class has the vampire helmet.
Yeah, it's dope as fuck.
And this is actually I mean a perfect segue to back into Space Marine in a way, and I'll bring up an article probably after I get into my PvE side of it. But yeah, so off the heels of our little breakdown of our co-op campaign experience. Again, I haven't really dived any further into the PvE side of things. As far as things that I've been playing, the only thing has been Space Marine 2's PvP. Now, I've heard that people, I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out how big of a crowd is not satisfied with what Space Marine has on the PvP side of things, right? I have heard some people say that it's unbalanced, that the TTK is too low, the time to kill is too low, and there's some other things too, right? So for an example, the assault class in the game is supposedly one of the weakest classes that exist in the Space Marines PvP. There are some of those issues that exist in PvE as well, but you get perks and stuff that kind of help alleviate some of that. I don't understand how the assault is the weakest because I've had multiple games over, and you'll see me end up getting, I think the last 3 games that I played in here, we got completely thrashed. I also don't just leave games. I try to keep playing, and because that's another old school thing that they do as well, is that when you load into a lobby, if you continue to choose, like you play a match, if you keep playing, you're going to play against the same people who are in that lobby, which I think is dope. Like you play against the same people until somebody leaves, and then it fills in with new people, or maybe multiple people leave, and then it fills with new people, right? Like that's how we used to run lobbies back in the day, right? Me and the homies would get on, especially in Gears back in the day. Me and the homies get on. In execution, you are going to run up against me until you don't want to play this game no more. You're going to have to turn the 360 off. You're going to have to go to dashboard and reload if you don't want to play against us no more, kind of thing. That has some of that here. People can stack teams and things. So in that way, it can feel unbalanced, but this is a heavily team-based game. This is not a game that you are meant to go rogue in and sneak behind everybody and try to take out 6 guys by yourself. This is not that game. It is extremely team focused. You need to understand what you're doing on a base level as well. And the other thing too, which I appreciate about PvP games, especially when you compare Gears as an example, it plays completely differently from how the main game plays. Everything that you learned and all the tactics that you kind of went through in the campaign, or even if you're doing the PvE content, does not carry over into PvP. It's a completely different mindset. How you got to approach things is completely different. Again, it's your player versus player. You're about to fight the enemy team. And they do have modes like capture. You have a domination like mode. You also have another mode. It's like King of the Hill kind of, but it's essentially you capture 1 point. You can get out of the ring. It is still capped that point for you. Kind of similar to how Annex was back in the day for Gears, which is again just King of the Hill. Just a version of King of the Hill. And they also have a team deathmatch. I typically just load into quick play, and whatever the game loads me into is what I'll run for a bit. But I really do like the domination mode in here. It's extremely aggressive. The spawn times as well across all the modes are very respectable as well. I think the only one that kind of has a timer is domination. But everything else, when you die, you instantly come back. There's not even a second for you to think about it. Like you die, you're like, fuck, I just got bodied. Boop, you're back up. You're like, okay, so the first thing that you're thinking about when you die is, where do I need to go? That's the mentality that this game puts you in. And I can see people, as more people start experiencing and get used to it, there being a solid community built up around this, because it's very easy to understand. And that is something that we are missing from multiplayer gaming in general. Like, people say Call of Duty, there's just a lot going on. You got all the movement, people sliding, there's too much going on. But Call of Duty is still fun to watch people play, right? Even on a competitive level. That's why there's protein for it. Gears was Halo. Do Halo first. Halo also very easy to understand. Overwatch, very easy to understand. Counter-Strike, very easy to understand what's going on, what's happening, how, all those things. This is another game, Space Marine, Gears, Last of Us. These are games that it was very easy to understand, and for a normal person to see, oh, there's these objectives, this is how the map's set up, oh, I can see what the team is doing. Or when you load in as a player, you start picking up on what other people are doing, how to move through the map, how you need to support your teammates, and especially if you're playing as a team, always sticking with somebody, trying to find people, or trying to stay around your team. You just end up easily learning, I think, how to flow into the experience, what works for you, the different classes. I don't mind this, because I know this was one of the complaints that the people have. People don't like the PvP because it also limits you on how many people can play what classes. I like that, because it's not like it's just one class, that one person can pick one class. It's 2 per class. Ladies and gentlemen, like, if everybody wants to be the same fucking thing, I think you're removing the point of this game. And I think that's part of what makes this unique. Because what I find myself doing is something very similar to what hero shooters do, right? Is I'll wait to see what everybody else picks, and then I'll pick the class that I think would be best for our team, or that I think I'll be best at in this match, right? And that also kind of, I think, builds over time in you as well, where you start paying attention to certain things. Hey, I want to be more of a bulwark, because I feel like I want to get to the point and be the shield for my team, and have people shooting behind me. And if somebody runs up on me, I can take a couple hits, maybe my teammates shoot, and I can swing, right? And maybe I get the kill, or maybe I don't, but at least I can be that fortification. Or you're the assault, where if nobody else picks an assault, then boom, you automatically limit the air game, because the assault class is the only class that can get in the air and do these ground and pound type moves, or even hover in the air and shoot you for a little bit, right? It's not super long. They're also extremely vulnerable of a class. So there's those balances there. You also have the heavy that you can be pulled in, that has this frontal shield that they can apply, that, yeah, it could be shot down, but I feel like it's fair. If you get 1-to-1 with a heavy, it's a wrap. You're not getting away, right? They use an LMG. They're really mean. But the heavies were really dope to use. I don't prefer heavy, but I've seen other people use them and really do their thing with them. There's nothing like seeing 2 heavies on the opposite team and them actually being good. That can be a problem, right? That's when you start noticing some of the potential balance issues. But I really think it's more a player skill issue, because I haven't seen anything in 20 hours in PvP. Mind you, there's only 3 maps, there's 3 modes, and there's 6 classes. That's it. So I've been playing this same content, and I'm not tired of it. It's not, oh man, I wish I would have liked for there to be 6 additional maps, but can I wait for a major update for them to see the performance that this game has, for this game that has blown up beyond their expectation, to see how they're going to support it moving forward? Again, I can't expect a live service game out of a game that I don't think was intended to be live service, or maybe they would have liked it to be, possibly, which is why they tacked on the multiplayer, which is something that me and Pong have talked about, and what I believe all games should do. I think all games, single player games, should have some form of a tacked on multiplayer. Why not? If you care about it, right? Factions for Last of Us. Why can't it be just a tacked on multiplayer for the second game, right? It doesn't have to be this grandiose thing. If you don't want to be a live service company, great. But obviously you had some juice there. So put out what you have and then see where it goes. Because if you all of a sudden put out a bundle of skins, some whatever the case, and you see people who are playing this mode that is completely free because they got it part of the experience and they just didn't expect for it to be this whole other built out thing, that they wouldn't buy those cosmetics or whatever to support your game in order for you to support putting more maps in or anything else like that. That's what we used to get from those 360-esque games, right? These games that seemingly I missed out on Mass Effect's multiplayer. I didn't even know that it had that, right? So even using that as an example, Uncharted, like people have spoken, I didn't even know that game had multiplayer, right? Rainbow Six, New Vegas, I didn't even know the game had multiplayer, right? But I wasn't even paying attention, and I was a Rainbow Six head. Now I'd fallen off of Rainbow way before that, right? Because my Rainbow days go back to earlier, more PC 2000s. That first Rainbow, where it was like straight up shooter-esque kind of thing. But the PvP in Warhammer, Space Marine 2 is much better than I could have anticipated, and I think everybody should at least go in, try out, see if it's something that you can enjoy, because I do want to see the devs expand this out. I do want it to be something that gets supported for years to come until they release that next game. I don't see them releasing a Space Marine 3 2 years from now, maybe 3 potentially. Maybe they do it sooner, but again, with how well crafted this one was, I don't know what the timeline was on the dev cycle, and I think it might have been right around 4 years, but I could be off on that. But again, you take that perspective, you support this multiplayer, because it's not only the PvP that you got, but you also have this whole other PvE player versus everyone multiplayer side of it, that it is akin to more what you got from the campaign experience, because those missions happen alongside the campaign. Now, how they flush those missions out later on, that's going to be a good question, but there is potential for a lot of things to be added to this game. Quality of life, little things, but I honestly can't think of anything that is a negative about the PvP thus far, because what am I supposed to expect out of it? I didn't play Space Marines 1 PvP, didn't know that game had it, right? And I came onto that game way later, so nobody was probably even playing it. So now we have this brand new version of the game. People able to experience something that probably somewhat existed before, but now is the second iteration. Again, when you see the second game come out, these are the major changes that we're used to seeing. That when you see a Spider-Man 2 as an example, why people ask the question like, man, what's different? Going from Space Marine 1 to 2, you see the difference. But again, it's also an 11-year age gap. So something to keep in consideration. I can't recommend Space Marine 2 enough from the campaign perspective. And then going into PvP, again, me being the type of gamer that really loves the experiences that give you reasons to kind of stay invested in those worlds, continue to kind of fulfill that power fantasy and really feel the fun in what the hobby is supposed to present to you. It's right back on that experience, man. Can't big it up enough. Really loving everything that I'm getting from it. And again, everybody in chat, like, add me up if you want. See if I'm on at any time. If you end up getting Space Marine, again, it's I still rain I that T is a 7 everywhere. And we'll just go from there, man. We gotta fight for the Emperor. El Nini in chat says they are going to add a 1v1 PvP and horde mode. 1v1 PvP would be fire in this. I want to see what it's going to feel like, or if that ends up being something that needs to be balanced. But I definitely want to see that. Yobi says ME3 multiplayer is still alive and running today and still got loads of people playing. Damn, that's fire. I probably wouldn't go back to it now because I don't know how that would end up working with the legendary edition of Mass Effect, because I'm not going to lie, I am a bit bougie when it comes to like playing modern games with good graphics and you're still wanting the things of the modern era while enjoying the game that you're playing, right? Let's see what else were you guys saying in chat. Zach Riley says he loved the Mass Effect multiplayer. In PvP, just to answer Nixie's question from earlier, PvP is extremely active. If you back out of a match, you'll load into a completely different lobby. Pretty much all the time, right? And I wasn't doing it so much to the point where I'd load in, then back out, then load in again or anything like that. But if you load in, play a match, 2 matches, back out, but when you load back in, you're going to play a whole different set of people, right? I think this game is going to do really well on console as well. This is definitely this is one of those console games that I can see really thriving with a dope community, with people that believe in it, that really start, as more people, as more the word, this is going to be one of those word of mouth games. As more and more people get out there, there is no other third person experience on the market that is like this. This is what I mean by this is what I wanted to see out of this genre. Yes, it's similar to what Gears was giving me, but it is not Gears. You don't have the sliding. The shotgun is not there to be annoying for people. Again, that's a whole different thing that I can get into. I'm a Gears fanatic, so I could get into a whole different bag about that. But it has none of the extra stuff. It is straight up, easy to understand, hard. It does have a skill ceiling. So I think the best way to describe it would be easy to understand, but takes time to master. Yeah, and there's no cover system bit down. It's all movement based. I mean, you got to use coverage you can get around. And they're also thinking about implementing, again, I can use this as a negative. They're planning on implementing a shoulder swap, which again, why is that in the game from default? But actually, I think they're planning on adding that in the first major update that they're doing. So, Blind Mephisto, hold on real quick, because I saw Slow-Mo step in here. Slow-Mo back slapping these fools. Hey man, I hope you getting better from the surgery and everything. Much love to you. Glad that you are still with us. I always got to say that to anybody that goes into the hospital with all the crazy things or gets anything done. Hopefully things are going well. Hopefully you're healing up well. Hopefully your family's doing great. And that's for everybody in the chat as well. Hopefully everybody's healthy. It's been real crazy with this whole COVID blowing up again. It's it's funny how it's just treated like a flu now, huh? Yeah, it's just no, nothing major. Yeah, you got it. Oh man, it's all good. Don't worry about it. 5 people got it. You said there was 10 people that came in yesterday and 9 people out of the 10 tested pop. That's crazy. That's all fine. Just come on back. Come on back to work, man. You good. Hey, it's funny. Funny how things change. Anyway, but yeah, much love to you. Mass Effect says Slow-Mo says Mass Effect, one of the best gaming trilogies ever. Slow-Mo, again, I'm pretty sure you've heard me say this before. Mass Effect Legendary Edition was the first time I've ever played Mass Effect, and like I've told Pong, and I've said multiple times here as well, it's in my top 3 games ever in existence. And again, I don't replay games either, so I'll never end up going back to it. But that experience going from 1 to 2 to 3, the things that I speak to about just games having that consistency, you staying within that world. Again, the same thing I mentioned with Space Marines. And the overall world building, character building, and how they make you feel about that story. I get why people say it's peak. I get it. 100%. And again, top 3, Mass Effect 2 being the best one. Anyway, Yobi says, I'm excited, man. Super excited to have my GOAT series back. What y'all talking about in there? Looks like I can't tell. Slow-Mo says
I'm pretty sure Yobi's talking about Dragon Age.
Oh, okay, Dragon Age.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about Dragon Age.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm really, again, this Dragon Age has me extremely interested as well, but again, I gotta stick to my laurels, man. I can't get nothing else for the year. Slow-Mo also says that's got to be great. A great experience playing them all for the first time back to back to back. Slow-Mo, especially after like listening to y'all talk about the things that how the 3 originally ended, and the things that they changed, bro. Even in all the other things that I've heard people complain about from Mass Effect over the years, yeah, man, playing 1 through 3 on PC, top notch, create my own character. And I did go, because I believe what is it? Is it Paragon for the good side? Or is Paragon the bad side?
No, Paragon's the good side.
Yeah, I definitely went full, but I went more so because that's how I approach a lot of games. I just went based on what I would do in the situation. So not all situation was good, not all situation was bad. But I did keep alive Rex. Shout out to Rex. That's my guy. He's my fucking guy. I've respected him. I respect him for the move. I got it.
I love Rex, bro.
Rex is a fucking G. And
some people hate Rex.
And I love the fact they brought him back into 3 the way they did. That was such a fucking dope thing. And I also like the fact that if you did the opposite, that you never get that experience in 3. Because of how the game carries that save over. It's just so dope. Anyway, back to Space Marine.
I got Yobi.
Oh, you got
yeah, because I said Dragon Age. I know. You obviously know his is Mass Effect still because you got him in freaking shirts, right? So, yeah. But I had to say Dragon Age. He was like, "Fuck Dragon Age." Got you, legend.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Rex is absolutely amazing. But so was his kin or clone or whatever it was. But back to Space Marine 2. PvP. The game for me. I haven't gave a game a 10 out of 10 in a very long time. This is a 10 out of 10 out experience for me thus far. And I still haven't dived deeper into the PvE yet. So again, and I can't wait to jump into that, man. There's just so much content to be had in there. So dope to get a game like this in the modern era. And I can't wait to experience more of it, man. So I will jump into this article real quick. Unless you want to shout to the chat real quick first, Paul, before we get into any main subjects or anything like that, because I was just going to roll into Space Marine 2's boss and former ID Software CEO reckons that Warhammer Hit is the fastest selling game we've ever worked on.
Yeah, we can definitely hit that in just a second here. Pause. Right. But let me give the chat a shout out because we got some amazing people in here. We got the one and only El Nini in here. What's going on, El Nini? Appreciate my Ferrari shirt too, Steel. So you called that out this morning. This is old as hell, but had to put on the pony this morning. Anyways, El Nini, great to see you. We got the one and only Dakado, of course, in the house. We got Mr. King Styles in here. What's going on, King? We got the legendary Yobi dropping on by as always. Appreciate all of you brothers for showing up here. Of course, the aforementioned Slow Mo Backslap. What's going on, Slow Mo? Glad your surgery went well, sir, and I hope you do start feeling better. I was trying to figure out who Steel was talking about, and then I saw Slow Mo. I'm like, that's right. Slow Mo did say that on Twitter that he was having, he did have some surgery. So I hope you get back to it, man. But great to see you here, Slow Mo. Appreciate you dropping in here, sir. Dip Down Anime dropping on in here. Says Rex died for me. Sad. It's sad. Dip Down. Rex is a G, like Steele said. Lydian Master, what's going on, Lydian? Great to see you in here, brother. Thanks for joining the show this morning. Who else we got in here? We've been talking for so damn long already. Rodney Barnes comes in with the game over. What's up, Rodney? Great to see you. Who else? Day Reezy. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Good morning. Happy Saturday to you, Day. We got the one and only Cyber Gunter in the house. What's going on, brother? Always good to have you dropping in our chats, man. Thank you. We got the Blind Mephisto in here. It says Warhammer has always been the nerdum that I've avoided. Every time I've looked in this direction, it seems overwhelming. Yeah, it's massive. It is crazy, and I've been kind of the same way. Like again, I've played so many Warhammer games that I've gotten some of the lore through osmosis. But again, this is complex. Like these universes are, and some of them talk about millions of years. Like it's crazy, bro. But I do want to hop in the books. I'm getting to that point in my life where I'm going to get back into I've already started back into reading stuff, but I would like to get back into reading some fiction too again. Because I do miss it, and I think I might jump into some Warhammer books. I've already been kind of scouting them out. So, but yeah, I understand completely, Blind. It can be it can be pretty aggressive when you start looking at Warhammer. But it's so damn cool, bro.
So I'm sticking with Space Marines because I tried. I was like, oh. Yeah, this is too much. I got to start like from the beginning, and I'm not even interested in all that right now. Just wanted some Space Marines.
Yeah, I almost jumped into the tabletop back in the day when I was playing D&D. I almost jumped into the figurines and the tabletop, but my God, even back then it was expensive as hell, bro.
Yeah, I'm cool.
So expensive, but it's so cool when I see people lay out their armies that they've got for their Warhammer tabletop games, and they've got all those. They got all the figurines, and they've got them all painted in their colors. Yeah. Bro, I'm just like, oh my God, I want that. Dope. I've seen people have full parts of their basement with, their armies all laid out constantly, so they just have them on display. It is so damn cool, but it is a whole nother level of fandom. Again, you are investing heavily, but maybe someday. Anyways, Roadkill 8018, great to see you. He says, on PlayStation, on PvP, I can't even play one match. The servers are so bad, and I got great internet. Ooh,
who said that?
Roadkill.
He says, what? Roadkill says what?
On PlayStation, on PvP, he's talking about Space Marine 2. I can't even play one match. The servers are so bad, and I got great internet.
Really?
Interesting. I have not heard. I haven't seen.
Yeah,
I haven't seen too many people talk about the PlayStation version, to be real.
To be honest,
I really haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen PC and Xbox. Like that's what I've seen. I haven't seen the people talking about. I'm sure there's plenty of people playing on PlayStation, but I just haven't seen it. That sucks, Roadkill. I wonder if that is a PlayStation side thing or if it's just something else. Be interesting to look into.
That's crazy that the servers are hit and miss on console.
Yeah,
I think they were saying it's part of the cross. It's part of because of the crossplay between PlayStation and Xbox.
Well, they're dropping patches, and they did say they were trying to fix server stability and that kind of stuff too, as well. So,
they're getting hit again. The game is getting more attention than
2 million sold as of Tuesday this week. So
is it 2 million?
Yeah, they hit 2 million. I posted that in our DMs. Yeah, bro, they hit 2 million sold. Yeah, 2 million sold, bro. For a Warhammer game in the first week. That's fucking insane. That's why the CEO said what he said. This is their biggest launch ever, even across from the guy that was with id as well, with Doom and everything else. Like, this is a massive launch for them. It's like crazy.
Last I saw, I thought he said he was looking into it. I didn't know there was actually a number from it.
Yeah, there was a number. They posted out 2 million.
That's fucking insane.
Yep. No subscription service, nothing. Straight sales, bro. So. Not bad, brother. Not bad at all, man. They're doing pretty good for the Emperor. Let's go. Ozzy Fan 80, what is going on? Great to see you jumping in here. We got the Nate Dog, of course, in here. What's going on, Nate Dog? It says, I advise people who want to trade in, do it now. The price is depreciating every day. Yeah, Nate, if you've got the opportunity, if you're thinking about the PS5 Pro, I saw you earlier say that you did trade yours in already. If you've got the opportunity to trade it in, do it now. Again, that's why I sold my PS4 early prior to the gen coming out. When I was picking up the PS5, when I got the digital, I sold my PS5 straight up. I sold it online, or PS4, I should say. I sold it online early. And that's why I missed out on Ghost of Tsushima, right? Because I knew the values were going to drop. So I had to sell it when I got the best price for it. So good call, Nate Dog. And I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy that you're excited for the Pro, for sure. Delroy, what's going on, Delroy? Great to see you. Says, adding tacked on MP adds dev time and cost to games that are intended to be single player. I'd rather they focus on what they're passionate about. Delroy,
I'm not saying it has to be every game.
Here's our point that we've always made, Delroy, is that listen, this isn't just us saying anything or just throwing shit against the wall, right? We're talking about the conversations that are happening with the publishers and devs right now. They're coming out and talking about the costs of these games, specifically single player games, right? That these single player games have gotten too big, the teams are too big, they're taking too long to make, the costs are outrageous. We saw the Insomniac leaks. We now know these games are 100 million to 300 million plus, right? There's word that Grand Theft Auto 6, which again is a unicorn, could be $1 billion, which with marketing it might be. But whatever the case may be, they're all complaining about this fact. What Steele and I are saying is that if you look at the 360 generation and specifically now Space Marine 2, you can make these games. It took this team 4 years to make this game, or just about 5 years to make this game, right? for Saber, which had never really done a AAA game before.
Not like, yeah.
And they're a smaller team. They're not a gigantic team. The team on this, I think, is like 100 or something like that.
Yeah, they're a small team too.
Yeah, they're a smaller team. So our point is if these devs and these publishers are talking about the cost, talking about the time, and the risk involved with investing that much money and resources into a game, especially a single player game, to come out and have it not do well, then why not go back to the 360 generation? Why not have games like Space Marine 2, smaller campaign, which is what and again, I don't like necessarily, the journalists all jumping on this board either saying, yeah, make games that are 15 hours and charge us $70. It's great. No, I don't want that shit.
Nah.
But
it has to be a Space Marine experience if you're going to do
that. But that's what we're saying. If you're going to go do that, because that's what the 360 generation, there was a lot in 360 generation like that. Do that. Go ahead and make a smaller campaign, a smaller experience, but they can give us co-op. Give us a multiplayer add-on that can add value, right? That can add and justify a full-priced game for that, because I'm all for it. Again, like Steele said, not all of them are going to hit, but let's get back to that. This chasing around Fortnite numbers, this chasing around Call of Duty numbers, that's not working for these devs and publishers. So why not do something smaller scale like we used to see, and then build a fan base that gets to the point of being, kind of fanatical about that PvP or co-op experience, along with the campaign being good, right? Because it's focused, it's shorter experience, etc. You build that fan base around that. That's how the games used to be built. That's how we got your Gears of War, right? That's how we got these types of games, right? Halo, etc. So do it, go back to that style. That's what we're talking about, Delroy. Not talking about, adding more time or resources. Cut back on the campaign sizes, cut back on your team size, add value by giving a complete package with some co-op, some multiplayer, whatever, add it on top of a shorter campaign. I'm good with that type of package if you want to come out and tell me it's full price. As long as you're putting the time and effort into it like they did with Space Marine 2, and it's polished like Space Marine 2 is, we're good, man. If that means better experiences for all of us, I'm fine with that, right? I don't want every game to be that way, but just saying that's another option for these teams to go back to.
And as you continue to shout people out real quick, that's why I get so passionate about The Last of Us, because it was a blatant example of what Sony is trying to get.
Yeah.
And you are trying so hard to create something completely different that it didn't need to be. It could have been expanded out later. But instead, you work on it so much to the point where it gets canceled. That doesn't. You've already spent that money. Why lay it to waste? Release what you had. See if people respect it, or unless you're telling me that it wasn't even put together. And at that point, you definitely don't understand what you had in the first place. So it's just weird, man. So it's like that's the point. That's the point.
Yeah, it was a waste. I mean, again, the only reason why Faction was even a discussion is because they made it a addition to the original Last of Us, which a smaller group of people fell in love with, like Steel, and fell in love with that multiplayer and had a great time with it. That's the only reason why they started talking about Factions 2, right? Is because they had built that. Why go away from that? Just, again, do a smaller single-player experience, spend less money, time, and resources on that campaign, but add the multiplayer back in and give it to the fans out there and let your community continue to grow that way. Maybe eventually it will get to the point where you can support a full standalone multiplayer game that you can
build a whole team for it.
Down the road, that allows you to slowly progress towards that too if you continue to build on it. Again, there were just different ideas for the problems that devs and publishers are talking about in the industry right now. And we've seen it work previous to this back in the day. That's what we're just saying. And now we got a perfect
becoming more and more relevant every day we move into the digital era, because you see what these companies are trying to do.
Exactly. And I think it's a great conversation to have too, because there's not a silver bullet to fix what they're talking about. It's going to be a bunch of different things coming together. It's just that's one of the ways to do it that I think would work, and Steele thinks that would work.
Yeah, and JB1521, he says developers will always chase those live service games because you only need one to hit. But JB, like, true,
it's killing.
But it is killing them and possibly moving the industry in a negative direction. I think the mentality needs to change. How about you make the game and then build the live service off the game, right?
Right.
Just make it with your full intention as is. Really, Space Marine 2 PvP only has 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen, in its multiplayer. Like, again, it's not a huge thing.
Right. Doesn't have
so
to
it doesn't have to be. And again, you can make something live service. It's hard to take something that's live service and make it single player.
You can't. Doesn't work.
The expectation works in reverse. So why would you continue trying to, if you're not a home run hitter, well, I mean, hit it between the plates sometimes, man. It's okay. You'll get a couple bases. Yeah, you'll eventually make it home. You don't have to go all around, every time. You can still get a good hit percentage, right? I mean,
and again,
it's weird.
It is it's an awesome discussion, because I'm not saying that everybody has to give up chasing the gold either, because there are going to be teams that do hit, and there are going to be teams that do make it. But again, it's everybody's doing all the same thing over and over again, which is causing a lot of these problems, and it's too much. Again, they're talking about this. This is costing people their jobs. This is costing dev studios, causing dev studios to close down, to be contracted, to be absorbed into companies. We've seen all of this over the past 5 years or so now. And that's because they're chasing the golden goose at the same time, trying to do the same damn thing over and over again. That does not work. So spread yourself out. Stop putting all your eggs in one basket and try some different ways. And what Steele and I are saying is that we now have an example in Space Marine 2 that perfectly shows how you can do this in a viable way. And again, we're not talking about this huge experience. If it grows, great. Right. Then you expand upon it. Look at what we've got so many examples of it failing companies, right? That we're just saying, hey, if you guys are all complaining about this, try going back a little bit and looking at the old way of things. Look at Ubisoft. Look at what Ubisoft did to their IPs, trying to chase the golden goose all the damn time, right? Because, Ghost Recon had a great fan base, but it didn't have a big enough fan base. Like, so we're going to change the whole style of Ghost Recon from what everybody loved about it, from the hardcore fan base that absolutely loved that game and would support those games when they came out. We're going to change that, and we're going to go chase the golden goose. And we're going to totally decimate the IP instead. Like, again, yes, it's still sold decently well. They still got fans, right? They still got all that. But what if they've been nurturing that original fan base this entire time? What if they've been thinking outside the box with that original style, right? The more strategy-based, right, operations, right? What if they had done that, like Rainbow Six as well, although they turned Rainbow Six Siege into a monster themselves. So it works, but what do? They kept the core gameplay as far as the strategy goes, making it that tight shooter, which, again, took off. But they could do that with Ghost Recon. Bring it back again. Scale it back. Bring back the original fans with a style like that, and then grow it out again. That's all. It's just an idea. I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm just saying, what's the difference? Continue to spend $200, $300 million chasing the golden goose.
Yeah, it's better. I think it's better to do the kind of suggestion that we're kind of hinting at, that we're putting on the table, than to continue to do the things the way that you've been doing them. And to dip down Anime's point, he says, how do you compete with giants like Fortnite, Apex, Valorant, Overwatch, and etc.? Stop trying to compete with them. Just make your game. And
again, create the small base.
Create your game. If you're trying to hit for, as the saying goes, a game for everybody is a game from no one. You have to have something there first, right? So,
right. Yep. Agreed.
Psycho dropped off a bag earlier, Pong.
Did he? I didn't see it. Where was it?
He dropped off a bag towards the top of the show with the cool $5.
He got the 5. Was it a 5 subs, or was it just a 5?
Living split screen memberships.
Ooh, well, attention, ladies and gentlemen, then board the hype train. The Splitters hype train has been rolling along at a Mach 2.5 because I was unaware that Steele had shoveled in that early bag of coal into the furnace from the one and only brother from another, Psychonauts. That's right, on the front lines at the game. Stop holding it down. So we appreciate the brother Psychonauts flying early overhead and getting on the court with the easy 5-finger roll. That's right, keep keeping us ad-free in 2024. Hashtag no beans. We ain't slanging no coffee around these parts. And your goal is always 69 on the Splitters hype train. So choo-choo, motherfuckers. And thank you so much, brother Psychonauts. And welcome aboard that car full of new splitters. Buckle in. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, and thanks, Steele, for letting me know because I didn't. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, now that we made a special announcement, and we were just at Mach 2.5, Decado said, "Whoa! I did not realize we were only at a Mach 2.5 Saturday mornings on the Splitter hype train. Can't go that slow. We got to pick this thing up. I'm sorry, fellas. I've got 2 bags of coal." He gets on the court with the easy 10 dunk. That's right, the one-handed jam from the Decado. So we got 2 more cars full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Please take your seats immediately. Pay attention to those attendants as they come around and show you how to buckle into those 4-point harnesses, because we don't want you flying off at the now Mach 3.5 that this train is traveling at. Again, keeping us ad-free in 2024. Hashtag no beans, the one and only Decado. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Decado. I appreciate that so much, brother. Where was I in my list here? And thanks, Steele, again, for reminding me. I did not see Psychonauts at all. So sorry about that, late Psychonauts, but got to you, brother. Tim the Sorcerer is in the house. What's going on, Tim? Great to see you as well. My God, we've just been talking. Holy shit. Yeah. I just lost my whole line. There we go. I think I'm back to where I was again. Zach Riley. What's going on, Zach? He said, I love the Mass Effect multiplayer. Yeah, I only played it a tiny bit. Did not get into it because I was into Gears. I was into Battlefield back then. Those are my that was my rotation, bro. But I did play some Mass Effect, and it was cool, right? But yeah, it was about the single player RPG experience for me in Mass Effect. But yeah, I know a lot of people that absolutely love the Mass Effect multiplayer. Jason Max, what's going on? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping in here. Understanding, what's going on? Understanding, he says devs could do so much with that Warhammer IP. Bro. They've done a ton. Again, it's hit or miss. You gotta like AA. You can't be a AAA snob gamer. If you are, you're not going to find the Warhammer that you're looking for. But as somebody who likes the AA, who doesn't mind a little bit of jank, there is a lot of great Warhammer, especially strategy-wise. Again, I shout out Inquisitor. I'm back to play Inquisitor, which is a Diablo clone. They have given this IP basically out to everybody possible. But RTSs, there's almost every genre represented. Darktide's your first-person shooter, which has gotten better. I've seen some people actually picking up Darktide lately. And
they're doing a revamp. They're doing a revamp, so...
Yeah. So, there is, but you're absolutely correct. I mean, again, the lore and where you could take this and all the different universes wrapped up in Warhammer is stupid. And obviously, Total War Warhammer was huge for a long ass time. Again, there is a lot. There's a rumor that they are in fact that Sega is going to be doing a Total War Warhammer 40K. As well, which would be perfect timing depending on when it releases, with this latest influx of people interested in 40K again because of Space Marine 2. That would be, I can only imagine seeing freaking, oh my God, the different factions on the field at the same time in Warhammer 40K. But anyways, yeah, you're right, understanding. And hopefully this elevates it. And now more people and bigger devs, bigger publishers start looking at this IP and wondering if they could take it to the next level themselves in some way. I would love to see it, man. Would love it. Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What is going on? Sanchez getting nasty in here. Concord flop. Astrobot flop. PS5 Pro flop. It's early.
Yeah, it's early. I'm not gonna put the boot on them or anything like that. We'll see how things play out. But JB5021 says, why wasn't Darktide as celebrated? JB, because Darktide had heavy performance issues, especially on PC. It released on PC first.
And was supposed to come out at the same time on console. They canceled that. They moved back the console launch.
So there was a year separation from when it launched on console. But when it launched on PC, again, you only have so much to make a first impression, and that's been kind of the thing with Warhammer as well, and the fans as well, is either you do it right or you do it wrong. And I think the closest that they've been like consistent was like the Warhammer Riptide games. I believe that's what they were called. or Dark Tide or something like that.
Dark Tide's a new one. Dark Tide's a new one, but
or whatever the ones wherever the ones before that. There was other first person Warhammer games that had come out too.
Oh, there's Deathwing,
more like melee stuff.
There's Deathwing. You should check into Deathwing Steel. By the way, Space Hulk, Deathwing. That is another game. I've got that downloaded, bro. Yeah. We could play that together. I got that on PC. It's cheap.
What is that?
First person. It's a first person. It's look it up. It's freaking dope as fuck, bro. With the Space Hulks, bro. With the Space Hulks. More dudes in suits, bro.
What is it
Let's
called?
go. It's Deathwing. Space Hulk, Deathwing. Go check that shit out.
Okay. I'm gonna
go check that shit out. But yeah, there was and there's a bunch of strategy games too. Gladius, Mechanicus. Mechanicus 2 is actually coming out. There's Armageddon. There's just so many, bro, that are out there. So, but yeah, definitely a lot to go find and check out. So, but yeah, I can't wait to see more.
What the fuck is this game that you're showing me, Bone? What the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
What the hell? All the DLC is free?
Huh?
All the DLC is free.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
What the? Like a Doom game.
Yeah. It's co-op though. Co-op, bro.
Yo, what the hell is happening in this game? And okay, special missions bring infinite replayability to both solo and multiplayer mode with randomly generated objectives and enemies spawn for every game chapter. Okay, well, I mean, hey, interesting. Yep. Deadly enhanced new enemies and deep customization.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
It's older, so obviously it's not quite up to par. But huh? Yeah. But I was looking at it. I was like, yo, I picked it because I got it for shit. I mean, again, it was like nothing, but it looks dope as hell. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's part of the Warhammer series, so it's Games Workshop. So
Vermintide. Yeah. That's what for him. Thank you.
No, Vermintide. Yeah, Vermintide was.
I was trying to.
Yeah, Vermintide was dope. Yeah, Dealer and I played a lot of. Dealer was a big Vermintide fan. And I actually had owned it, but I hadn't owned a lot of the DLC. And Dealer, when we were hanging out a little bit and playing games, he got me into Vermintide. And I bought a bunch of the DLC so we could play. And Vermintide is actually pretty good, and it's got a core fan base. Again, AA. It's not AAA, but as far as a first-person co-op shooter game it's fun as fuck, and it gets hectic. It's obviously not in the Space Marine universe. It's not in the 40K universe, so it's in a separate universe, but the classes are all cool. And if you like the Left 4 Dead style, that's what Vermintide is. And so, really good game. But again, AA, never took off. But has some really gorgeous effects to it and some really interesting levels and level design to it as well. So Vermintide is a good example, by the way. I forgot totally about Vermintide. Nixie, what's going on, brother? Great to see you in here as always. I'm sure you answered this, but you haven't had any problems finding matches in PvP at all yet, right?
There's been a recent issue where where I've loaded into the game, and it has to be something server related, but where I've loaded into the game and then I tried to load up the multiplayer quick play or whatever, just load into a match, and it won't find people. After eventually you back out quick, try to surge back out and search, it does say that, hey, there's a connection issue. We got to return you back to the main menu. So I've ran into that, but as soon as I go back to the main menu, then load back in, it will load me into a match.
But you're finding people
every time,
quickly, right?
every time. Yeah. It's less than like 10 seconds.
Okay. Perfect.
Less than 5 seconds right now, honestly. It does, as soon as you hit that quick play, play button, if there's no other issues happening, it literally loads you straight. It finds people instantly.
That's freaking good to know. And I figured that's what the case was, because you hadn't said anything like, sometimes you can't find matches, so it's got to be very active. There's enough people online. Live Supremacy, what's going on? Great to see you jumping in here. Thanks for joining us this morning as well. Stage 1X, what is going on, Stage 1X? Appreciate you so much for dropping on by this morning. Who else we got in here? Scrolling up. I said hi to Delroy, dip down, Roadkill, said hi to all of you. I think that's as far back. Again, we've been talking for so damn long already. I'm sure there's some early people that I missed. If I did miss you because I can't scroll back any further, I do apologize. Obviously, it's all the same love and respect here.
Absolutely.
From us, no matter what, whether I shout you out or whether you're lurking, whether I see you or whether I miss you just because I can't go back any further. Again, love you. General Spartan 27's in here. What's going on? The Nam Omar is in here as well. MF Great, of course, dropping on by. Appreciate you all being in here. Xbox Gamer, what's going on? Xbox Gamer, he says, I think Space Marine 2 took from the Gears playbook. Listen, it's third-person shooter. It's heavy. Again, Space Marine borrowed from
very few
Gears
games
back in the day, but Space Marine's been around too for a long-ass time, right? So, Warhammer itself has been around for a long-ass time, right? So, big dudes in suits, it's kind of a thing, right? Halo, Spartans, right? It's just one of those things. But they definitely, as far as gameplay goes, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
I mean, honestly, like I mentioned while we were playing, I mean, E-Day has a bar to reach.
Yeah,
this is a way higher bar than even I would put Hive Busters. When I played of Hive Busters,
overall it's
not even.
I mean, Hive Busters
close.
Gorgeous, but
it looked good, but the way that the feeling though,
the feeling, the atmosphere,
it's completely different.
With the hordes, it's freaking nuts, bro. So again, it's gonna always be different just because they don't have that necessarily outside of the Krill. Really, they don't have that style of enemy.
Similar.
Yeah, that is extremely similar as well. But E-Day is going to bring it. Coalition's going to bring it for sure. And we're going to have a freaking amazing time. And it's going to be, I can't wait. It's going to be brutal. And it's going to be in your face and it's going to be personal. So
like Joe Dunmore says in chat, big beefy men. See, but my guys in suits doesn't just apply to like men, like the dudes. It applies to like dudettes too, like some chicks as well. Like as long as they got suits on, like, hey, that's it. Like
I'm so glad you caught PM in a PM the other night. I was like, I know Steele's probably not listening live, but I'm like, oh, if he comes back and listens to this, I had to say it. For anybody who doesn't know, I said, dudes in suits is Steele's kink. So he's loving Space Marine too. And I said, no kink shame.
I mean,
so that's it. And then Steele had to make a post showing a bunch of women in suits as well, because he said, I like people in suits, or people in suits is my kink, according to Punk. So he corrected me. It's not just dudes. But dude in suits sounds great. Anyways. Shit. Xbox Gamer, great to see you though. Thank you for dropping in here. Do appreciate it. Let's see who else. JB 1521. Great to see you as well. Let's see here. Who else we got in here?
Resume, Nixie. There's no major.
Borbs 8203, what is going on? Great to see you. We got Solid White 731. Space Marine 2 is top 3 games of the year for me. What up, game brothers and sisters? Hey, yes, sir. I gotta agree. It is top 3 for me as well. It's a solid it's right there next to Dragon's Dogma 2. Personally, right now is number 2. Dragon's Dogma is still number 1 for me, but it is right there. And this has been a great year of gaming. Like, again, I'm absolutely loving Age of Mythology Retold. Like, there has been so much goodness this year already. And again, we got a lot more coming out. But right now, yes, it is up there for sure. And for Steel, it's number 1. So that sells it all. Joe Dunmore, thank you, sir. Thank you for dropping in here and blessing us with your presence, sir. Let's see here.
Got Emperor.
Okay. Scott Emperor dropping in here. Of course he is.
Says he's 9 hours into the Space Marine.
What's going on, Jesse James? Space Marine 2 looks good, but it has a little too much fantasy. Hard to explain. I think Gears does it better. That's interesting. But again,
I mean, that's how you feel, sure.
It's all the maybe the later levels. Steel is what he's talking about, because it does get pretty wild.
It does get it definitely goes off. I mean, again, we've said the same
there's
thing.
Egyptian references and stuff when you guys get there. Again, no spoilers, but there is tons of imagery, mythology imagery built into this game as well, which is nuts. Yeah, even the boss, which is nuts, but it's cool as hell for me and Steel because we love that shit.
I felt like it made sense.
Yeah, it made sense because Warhammer is based on, or Warhammer 40K, and specifically Space Marine 2, heavily based on religion, right?
Yeah.
So it all kind of makes sense and all kind of fits in, but I do get that, Jesse James. I get where you're coming from, but man, let's see what else we got in here. Anybody else? Fahim's God, of course, is dropping out by what's going on, Fahim. We got the God Emperor Sofa King, as Steel just said. Great to see you, God Emperor. Appreciate you for the Emperor, brothers. All right, I think we're all caught up, Steel. My God, we just talk and talk and talk.
We talked about a lot, man.
We're shouting out the chat 2 hours in nearly.
We chopped that up a lot, man.
Bro, we chop it up a lot, man. We just talk. God, I love you. I love coming here Saturdays, man.
Facts.
I do.
Every time,
I do, man. It's so much fun, bro. It just rolls. All right, yeah, go ahead, Steel. I think we got the chat caught up, so we're ready to rock and roll on to an actual topic now.
I mean, essentially, we pretty much killed the Space Marine topic. I was just going to get into. I was going to bring up a topic on screen from GamesRadar.com that was written by Jesse Vitelli, just covering Space Marine 2 boss, a former ID Software CEO. Reckons that Warhammer was going to hit those numbers again. Paul Cup said that Warhammer they came out with it saying that it hit about 2 million, and again, I mean that essentially covers it. It's doing way better than anybody probably anticipated, even what they anticipated. And I do hope that it continues to get support and they really get to working on it, man, because I feel like they have an avenue, they have a lane to really roll into and hold down for a bit, at least until their closest competition is going to be Gears E-Day. Why not take as much of an advantage as you can right now to build up a whole new fan base of people like myself who can, when my Gears brothers get back together, where I can tell them, hey guys, hey, there's a little bit of a lull in Gears. How about we hop on some Space Marine? And maybe they never experienced Space Marine before, right? That's what I would like to see. There is very few solid third-person experiences out there, point blank, period, especially on a single-player and multiplayer standpoint. And I was going to get into a whole diatribe about there's people out here because saying that single player games are better than multiplayer games, or that multiplayer games are irrelevant in comparison to single player games. And it's like, guys, like, you don't realize how much multiplayer games has allowed you to still have some of these single player experiences that you are trying to get and ask for. So like, let's be careful.
They feed off of each other. Again, it is it's an ecosystem, right? It's a giant really ecosystem.
It really is.
And you can't start removing things without it affecting other parts of this kind of living entity that video games entertainment has become now. It wouldn't work. We need all of the types of games in here, right? It's just one of those things that's why we get so many games nowadays in all different kinds of genres, appealing to all different types of people. And for that to continue, we have to, again, have everything. We have to have
recurring. We have to have some form of recurring.
Yeah. That's why I don't.
Has to be a support, some form.
That's why I talk. That's why when I hear people saying that these single player devs like Bethesda need to go chase this or go do this or change that. I'm like, no. We're not doing that. No, let them do what they do best. There's other teams out there that can go do that kind of stuff, right? We just saw that with Arcane. Right, in Redfall, doing something outside of their norm, chasing something different. Now, whether it was a directive from ZeniMax upper management or whether it was Arcane's upper management's own decision to go chase that, I have no idea, right? And I'm always for it. If you want to go do it, if a dev wants to try something new, great. But they got outside their normal realm. They went away from what made Arcane great. Even if it wasn't the biggest selling studio of all time, their games are fan favorites. They are beloved by the people who have played them, and they got away from that. And look what happened
again.
So I don't want studios doing something that they don't want to do, or just go chase something to chase something.
To that very same example, Paul, with Starfield, just like the Elder Scrolls team can be the ones to make the Starfield MMO. Not the main, you know what I'm saying? But
no, correct. ZeniMax Online.
ZeniMax
Online. They've learned how to do that, right? Let them go ahead and make the MMO, right? Not the main team. You're correct, Steel.
Yep, and I think that's what Paul's speaking to. That's what I'm speaking to. You don't have to take away one to add the other, or add the other and take away.
Need both.
That's not at all. When I love single player experiences. I'm also very picky about them as well. And I just believe in, hey, if you want me to spend X amount of dollars, I would like to see a certain amount of value be given to me, which value is going to be in the eye of the beholder, which I think leads us fantastically into our next big point of the conversation. And that's getting down into the nitty gritty, coming off the heels of Space Marine, something we were excited about. It's just something that maybe we can get some passion into, maybe have some, get a little bit argumentative about, maybe a little bit, and really get juiced up with the chat. And that's about this PlayStation 5 Pro.
And just to confirm real quick too, Steele, it was September 10th, so it was
4 days ago.
That was Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday. Was Focus released the official statement that 2 million Space Marines have joined the fight to protect the Imperium. Christ. So yeah, on Tuesday. So
that was a day late. That's when
between early access.
The game went live.
Yeah, so early access started last week on Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Thursday. Thursday launch.
Well, Thursday, yeah, you're right.
So
right.
Yeah, so Thursday through Tuesday, 2 million, bro. Not even a week, 5 days.
That is fucking insane, bro.
5,
if that's not, it's not big. If that's not big, I don't know what it is, man.
That is
it's
big. That's what the CEO said what it was, man. Like, it's crazy.
Hey,
crazy.
Space Marine did end up being more important than Astro.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Hey, at least I was able to be proven right. What's more important? They're equally as important, ladies and gentlemen. We already spoke to that. But I was playing it because I was making some jokes about that while we were playing Space Marines as well. We were going through the story and everything, and I was just like, man, I feel so bad. I should have been playing Astro right now. It's the better game out of the two. Again, that's why I put the perspective in there. If there was one game, I made that post on Twitter. That's why I did it. If there was one game that you had $60 to $70 to spend on, that's all you had. Especially over a weekend, when you go back to looking at to how things used to be. If you only had a certain amount of ducats to get one thing, what would be the choice that you would make? And I don't think that's putting a negative on Astrobot. I am just saying, in our form of entertainment, and for those of us who enjoy it, the grown people who have the dollars to spend the ducats, right, that we speak to all the time, you really telling me that you would rather buy one over the other? And again, if you could do both, then great. That's just not everybody. So there can be that argument about which one is better for you or whatever the case. So nonetheless, shout out to Astrobot. But back to the PlayStation 5 Pro, which is actually going to have Astrobot Playroom bundled in, which I find extremely interesting. Not even the new game. Again, I'm gonna lead with smoke because I find that already funny. But anyway, Nixie says I think it's more not about ducats, probably more on preference. I mean, but the ducats come down to it as well, man. Because if you only have so much money, you're not going to be able to get both. You got to make a choice. And are you telling me that all the people that are capping on, I'm not going to say capping, but all the people that are talking about it on social media, you're telling me that they are preferring Astrobot over Space Marine, although they complained about Hi-Fi Rush, which is also a platformer, which is also an action game, which is also a rhythm-based game, which is also, again, I mean, there's other platformers that come out and they don't get as excited about. And again, yes, there is preference. Always there's preference. But when you have these simultaneous releases, it is a matter of fact and a reality that there is a choice that has to be made. Right? And again, either way. Nixie says ducats for me would choose Astrobot and Mario Odyssey, not Space Marine 2. Hey, I feel you. But Mario Odyssey came out how long ago? So right now, right in today's climate, all the games that you've played in your years of history, if you would rather play Astrobot than Space Marine, great, man. Shout out to you. We're just two different gamers. Because, hey, if you would have met me in my Gears days, my Halo days, my competitive multiplayer days, I would have told you that you were a casual as fuck, and you can sit in your casual place, and that's fine, right? You like kiddie games. It's okay for you to like.
Not anymore. Not anymore, right?
I'm not that way anymore. No, I'm not that way anymore. I'm not that way anymore. I'm not as overly critical. I have my moments though. I have my moments. Like the whole online thing, like people bitching online about not being able to control what's happening around them, even though you're given tools to be able to monitor and keep people from accessing or making you feel a certain way online. You know, you can also not get on the internet, right? I get that some of it may be part of your job, but you know, you can ignore some of that. You don't have to open up the messages. You know, when you go in your Twitter DMs, it shows you an example of what the message is. You don't have to click on that. You know, you could also like go into your settings and hit read all on all this. So you don't have to see it highlighted either. You know that there's a mute and block button on almost all social media sites that prevent from people from having at least you from seeing their content or having to interact with them. You know that, right? And again, I'm not going to point out anybody specific because I don't believe in the whole cyberbullying thing. I just don't. I grew up with the internet though, so maybe that's why I feel differently on that. And I get not everybody's beautiful. People are going to get picked on, but that's something that's always existed. What I do believe in is making sure that you educate people on how they can create a better environment for themselves. Because the internet's going to be the internet regardless. You can't police people on the internet either. And unless you want the government to step in and completely take away our rights as citizens, freedom of speech online on the internet, which they already do that in person. And again, I'm going on a tangent, but this just sent me up a whole fucking mound when I saw this. It's because the same person I continue to see who says, oh, I can't handle all the online engagement and people in my DMs and saying mean things to me. And oh, people should just be better online. How about you just be better about monitoring your shit? How about that? How about you figure out how to make the experience better for you instead of bitching all the goddamn time? How about that? Again, nobody should be DDoS. Nobody should have their information be exposed or any of that extra shit. But you know how you can prevent some of that? Fucking don't engage. Now the idiots that are going to do it to you anyway. Look, there's a whole system in place to help you with some of those things. And there's people that you should be able to talk to be able to help with some of those things. There's a lot of this shit that you can just fucking avoid. You really and truly can. You know what's fucking hilarious to me? That me and Pong are so disconnected from the bullshit that either happen in the community, yet we talk about it sometimes, right? Because we get little hints of stuff like that. What fucking show do you guys see me on with all these other fucking banana people, man? Reason being, I don't fucking believe in that shit. I don't want to interact with it. I believe in heavily on maintaining my how I want to have my social presence while I always look at other people's and I value other people's opinions. I'm very enthusiastic about stuff that people are talking about, and I'm very willing to have a conversation. What I'm not willing to do is deal with people's fake wannabe online personas, bro. Like I'm just not. Either we chop it up or we don't. I can give a fuck less about all this shit in between. Yo, if you using bots on your channel, ladies and gentlemen, that's you using bots on your channel. I'm not going to ask you to prove nothing to me. I don't want to see your bank records. I can give a fuck less about any of that shit. But I'm going to point out shit that seems off to me. And I don't have to point out anybody specifically to you for you to get that point. If I don't interact with you as is, there's nothing for us to fucking talk about. Point blank, period. This is the same way there's nothing to talk about if you don't know how to disengage or to free yourself of the bullshit that is on the internet. It has always existed. How did I live throughout this time? Oh, I've just been always so mentally fortified. Fucking no. I just grew up in the era of people talking shit to each other. Online, what the fuck did you think those Call of Duty was? People fucking complain about racial slurs and shit on fucking Twitter all day. You think that shit bothered me when I was bodying fuckers in Call of Duty, dog? Or in Gears? People calling me nigga all day? You think I gave a fuck about none of that? Because who's at the top of the leaderboard? Who's winning these games? Who's doing, like, that's the stuff that matters because I'm actually in the experience. I'm having fun. Who gives a fuck about your hate shit? And you know what Call of Duty has done too? Because I saw that come back. And again, I know I'm going off on a fucking tangent now, but I saw people also fucking complaining about the whole proximity system. David fucking Jaffe did it as well. Oh, it's weird that you could get a body bag and you could pretend like you're fucking a guy in the ass. What the fuck, man? Look what we're getting offended about. Oh, the proximity chat with these guys are saying weird stuff to me now. Like there's not a fucking mute button in the game, so you don't have to even engage with the social side of any of that. I can't tell you how long I've been playing Call of Duty completely silent by myself with randoms. Think I give a fuck about all the extra shit, man? Sorry, fucking side tangent, but fucking I want to talk about the fucking PlayStation 5 Pro. I really fucking do. But Jesus fucking Christ, between the conversation of comparing this fucking piece of hardware that is the size of a fucking 4080, a fucking graphics card that people are trying to make direct comparisons with, and the fucking online, oh, I can't handle because I'm a fucking softy. It's just so asinine to me. Like at what point do we put the responsibility on ourselves as well? And if you're not going to fucking do that, then I do not give a fuck what you got to say. I just don't. But anyway, Bone, do you have anything to say about the online, the conversation that's been going on? Okay, no, we'll roll straight into the PlayStation 5 Pro. Well, anyway,
you covered it, brother. You covered it. Let's go.
Perfect. Okay, that's been sitting with me. Appreciate you for listening to my rant, ladies and gentlemen. Clip that if you'd like. Let anybody know who you like them to know. And shout out to fucking MF Great for being a member for 6 months. Only a horde of war tier. Saying facts. All right. And then Nixie says, Sony is criminal number one in the cyberbully space. They didn't have to charge $700 and now I'm worried about the future of gaming. We're going to get into some of that. All right, so we're going to get into the PlayStation 5 Pro here. Let me go ahead and pull that up on screen. And this is going to start with, let me make sure you guys can kind of see the title and whatnot here. Not really, it's kind of off, but I'll drag it back over. It's a little bit better. I actually need to make this smaller. It's kind of hard to tell whether this is going to be like the perfect size sometimes for the stream. But anyway, all right. PlayStation 5 Pro has a bigger problem than the price. This is coming from IGN. Again, regardless of how you feel about these different media sites, if they got something that's worth talking about, we're going to chop it up and talking about it. This is also coming from Push Square. Again, they are PlayStation. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they go in this article. This article is written by Sammy Barker. All right. Launching at an astonishing $700 on the 7th of November, the PlayStation 5 Pro already faces significant scrutiny from fans. An enormous 89% of Push Square enthusiasts deemed the mid-gen machine too expensive. In a poll this week, Sony now faces the unviable task of convincing its most engaged consumers that the console is worth the investment. But with many feeling the PS5 generation has yet to really get started, the PlayStation 5 Pro's problems appeared to go beyond price. Man, fucking IGN, Push Square, they were able to fucking get something together that fucking made sense. That's fucking insane. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that I've taken away so far about this whole PlayStation 5 snafu is that they literally fucking announced the console with no fucking games or roadmap. Point blank period. The same thing that people bitched about Xbox is now completely fucking fine and completely worth it for PlayStation. I don't think that's a whataboutism. I think that's just a fact of fucking reality. We saw it happen in action. Again, just saying the same thing with the tools, but we'll get into that in a second. This was perhaps the best evidenced by lead system architect Mark Cerny's decision to spotlight The Last of Us 2 Part 2 Remastered during his PlayStation 5 Pro presentation. There was barely a fucking difference. And I've heard several people make this example. I think it was Black Viking I think it was the first person I heard say it. He said if you got to slow down a video and zoom in 10, 20 times for me to notice a fucking difference, there's not that big of a difference. There's really not. So it doesn't really sell the hardware that you're trying to sell very well, which makes people look at that $700 price tag a certain way. Anyway, a re-release version of a PS4 game from 2020, talking about Last of Us Part 2, albeit an undoubtedly handsome one. While it's good to know the game will run at an unflinching 60 FPS, I don't know if it's going to be unflinching. Not do that. And then they go in its full 4K fidelity mode. We don't know if it's going to do that either. It's currently being upscaled. Is it going to be 4K? On Sony's new supercharged system, there are few who feel that the astronomical $700 price point justified by an enhanced last-gen title. I completely agree. I'm not used to Sony doing something like this without giving people, again, selling those hopes and dreams. People have been asking for a hopes and dreams showcase for some time, and they have not delivered that. What they have done is cut more deals with second and third party to deliver exclusive like experiences and are being excused for it. And now we have a console release that is available for pre-order, going to be available for pre-order without a specific game to release from first party. I just think that's a little bit strange to me. But Sony, to his credit, did highlight some improvements to the full-blown PS5 exclusive like Spider-Man 2. But the broader sentiment remains that the base PS5 has yet to flex its full potential. There is so much shit that they sold us on. Again, you go back and you compare previous console hardware generations. A lot previously, before we got to the current one we're in now, the consoles were already 2 to 3 years behind in technology. We are getting consoles. Well, we know that PlayStation was behind the ball on Xbox when those consoles released with the Series consoles and the PlayStation. Regardless of how you feel about the Series S, it still does have those features that PlayStation did not have on release. And all those things we're talking about, tools and architecture, all that stuff, that still isn't being used today, right? So when you go into this, and now we're getting more of the similar thing that we were promised before, and we still aren't reaching that potential today. Again, if you're releasing a game today, Starfield as an example, you release a game like Starfield and then say that, oh, it's 30 FPS for this, that, and other reason. It's creative vision. And me and Pong have this long conversation about how creative vision is just fucking is a blanket statement and doesn't make sense because of these other factors. And then 6 months later, you release 60 FPS on consoles that it wasn't supposed to be possible on, and you had these same people who are defending what is happening with the PlayStation 5 Pro. And again, I'm not here to pocket watch anybody. You do what the hell that you want with your goddamn money. That's what you're supposed to do. But that's not what this is about, and it should not come down to, oh, it's because you're a broke boy that you're concerned about this. No, man, I'm fucking concerned about our industry. These are the things that I'm concerned about, that you guys are so willing to roll over. To take $700 and have more things removed. Wow, 4-year-old device gets more expensive. I'm going to continue. An extended cross-gen period, which has continued to see titles released across both the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still modern-day games that are coming out on the PlayStation 4. And you expect for me to believe that these games they're capping out the PlayStation 5? When the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 were on a different architecture, not x86, which is x86 is PC-like, which is pretty consistent across the board for these next generation consoles, or for our current generation consoles, which can't be consistent because there's all these other factors taken in play, because game development is taking 6 to 8 years for them to make these games. So think back. So guys, when did they start developing these games? You think that they had everything into consideration at that time? Or did they start to consider sales as well? Games aren't selling that great. So guess what you got to do? Make it accessible. Oh, what does that what happens? You got to make there's sacrifices that have to be made. Anyway, With these games coming across PlayStation 5 and 4, has left early adopters feeling shortchanged, as they expected the PlayStation 5's power to be fully explored much sooner. Older consoles are ordinarily left behind within 1 or 2 years, but bloated development budgets and pandemic-induced stock shortages have meant the last-gen systems remain very relevant today. We're fast approaching the PS5's 4th anniversary, and yet many major titles continue to be developed with the decade-old PlayStation 4 in mind, including upcoming release like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Metaphor ReFantazio. Although, again, we are also in an era where there are different style of games. I can understand a game like Metaphor ReFantazio being available on other platforms or on the previous gen, if capable. Because the One X was a very capable device, right? It ran Red Dead at 4K, native 4K at 30 frames. How come we can't get 4K 30? But we're getting more games at 30. I'm confused. They go on to say, how can PlayStation 5 Pro expensive existence be justified when games are still being built with last-gen machines in mind? They're fucking asking some goddamn good questions. I wasn't expecting this. I haven't seen anybody else talk about this week. And this is from a PlayStation site. Push Square. Shout out to Push Square. All this puts the PlayStation 5 Pro's value proposition in a precarious position. How can its expensive existence be justified when games are still being built on last-gen machines? Among the PlayStation's obsessed audience. Yo, what article am I reading, Paul? Among the PlayStation obsessed audience on Push Square, just 9% of users say they are willing to purchase the supercharged system at launch, a dramatic decrease from the 24 who wanted the PlayStation 4 Pro at the time of its announcement. This is something else that Black Viking also brought up as a piece. I do think that the upgrade that we got from the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 4, like to the 4 Pro, or from the Xbox One to the One X, is a bigger jump than what we're seeing from a PlayStation 5 to a 5 Pro.
Percentage-wise, yeah, it is. Legit, it is. Now, again,
I haven't even looked at it percentage-wise.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking about
it.
I'm just thinking about it conceptually from what
if
we were
looking
getting.
at literally, it is.
Yeah,
right?
that's how I've been looking at it, like quite literally, which is just makes it harder to justify. There's other things to take in mind too, but
it doesn't. Anyways, continue.
While the industry data states PlayStation 4 Pro only accounted for 13% of the PS4's overall install base, which we know that's why those consoles were made, it was generally more optimistically received. The timing of the system's release coincided with an upswing in 4K television adoption. Again, I do think that this ties in with the point that the reason why the Pro in the One X worked so well is because we already walked into the generation with those consoles being behind technically. So when we got these upgrades, it was a noticeable difference. And you also had all this time to learn how to really use the system and see what was capable, right? And they worked with what they had. Again, The Last of Us 2 was made on that system. So it's like, things should be possible. The timing of the system's release coincided with an upswing in 4K TV adoption, making the promised improvements of existing 1080p content more tantalizing. Furthermore, Sony had long left behind the PlayStation 3 at the time of the PlayStation 4's Pro unveiling, which is also facts. With acclaimed exclusive like Bloodborne and Uncharted 4, A Thief's End already under its umbrella, and anticipated adventures like Horizon Zero Dawn on the horizon. Then they get into the games that are every game enhanced for PlayStation 5 Pro so far. They talk a little bit about that. There was also a list that went out as well for the games that are going to be apparently PlayStation 5 Pro enhanced. I got to give Pong some credence to that, because he felt like they were going to end up charging for it. And when you make the list like that, I was hoping that you getting the new hardware, especially with this generation, that the games would just work better because of what we've been being told up to this point, right? That, hey, you got unlocked frame rates, you got this in this game, it's going to scale up, it's going to do all these things. So to me, now when I think about it deeper, it's like, so you're holding the games back on purpose. So just so that you can try to sell your audience again on something on a better on a better performing console. At least that's the way that it comes across from the or you just want people to pay for the upgrade, which also doesn't make sense in this current generation because of how games I thought were being made and the options. Like when they say performance mode on your current PlayStation 5 series console, if it's in performance mode, I was under the impression, especially after that presentation that Cerny did. He was like, oh, well, we want to limit choice. And then I see people talking about, have a conversation, and I see in some articles talking about, oh, well, there's going to be like 10 different modes you're going to be able to choose in game. That's not limiting down the choice. That's adding more options. That's completely reverse of what you just said. You said you wanted to take away having to force there being a choice. At least that's what I got from the presentation. So in performance mode, you get the 60
more
and the
sacrifice, though. Yeah, I just think they meant more sacrifice, one way or the other, right? So
just
giving you more. Yeah, I think that's what Cerny was getting to, like sacrificing visuals to get frames or sacrificing frames to get visuals. Now they're going to be able to open up all the options, just like on PC or more closer to PC, where you get to choose how you want to play. But no matter how you're going to play, you're not going to have that massive sacrifice one way or the other, right? So I think that's more what he was getting to. But take that for what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, to me,
different things. Cerny is a genius.
Yeah,
but he can't talk to normal people. He's one of those geniuses that can't. In my opinion, he's one of those geniuses, and I'm not going to take anything away from the guy. I just think his shit is boring as hell. His delivery is boring as hell. I just don't find him. Any kind of I just would not put him up there to explain this stuff. Like I'd have him write it out or have him do some of the explanation, but I'd have somebody else give the main speech. But anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I just think that he is one of those geniuses that does not come across well with the average person when he's explaining. Unfortunately, I don't think he means it this way, but it sounds like he's talking down to people. So when you listen to him, you're going to hear different things depending on who you are and how you listen to him. And I just think that people picked up on different nuances with his PS5 Pro presentation, and I think some people took some stuff differently than others, but who knows, Steele? Who knows, really? At the end of the day.
I mean, again, to your point, what I got from it was like you were going to limit, like, again, performance mode was going to give you a higher resolution. If you choose quality mode, you're going to have the quality and the frames. So it's like, so maybe in performance you can get 120 and 40. Like, it's just confusing, like the way that he was speaking about it. And then when you hear like, oh, well, no, there's going to be 5 options on the next Final Fantasy game. You're going to be able to choose performance, ultra performance, extreme performance, the best quality, max quality, slim shady quality. You're going to be able to choose anything you want. And it's like, bro, I feel like that it seems backhanded, like you're saying 2 different things. At that point, at least that's the way it ends up coming across. And then it didn't make it any better. Again, coming from PlayStation, when you see that the presentation that they put together, you can barely see any fucking differences in what they're trying to demonstrate to people. And this is coming from PlayStation, a hardware company. And again, I have to ask, you want me to believe that this is supposed to be the next great thing? That it's worth you spending the additional ducats to get into this console, as if you're on the enthusiast level on the high end. Because again, and I want Paul to get into it, jump into this a little bit about how he feels about everything as well. So I'll try to transition it like this. With the PlayStation 5 Pro, and some of the conversation that you've also been kind of hearing or just kind of picking up and seeing and everything, where do you stand on this perspective? I know that we've talked about the iterative hardware and everything, maybe it's becoming somewhat similar to phones, but again, you have worked in phones. I've dealt with technology as well. With that, there's also a thing that people tend to forget. What you used to pay monthly for a phone versus what you pay now for a monthly phone is almost fucking laughable. Because you can get a brand new phone for $10 a month, right? On top of your plan, right? And then every year, if a new phone comes out, you'll get like an $800 trade-in towards your $1,000 phone kind of thing. And it may not end up equaling out like that, but that's how they pitch it to you, right? As an example. And then you're just recurring that monthly bill anyway, so you're always paying for a device, right? If you do go through those upgrade paths, I typically don't, because I can fucking care less, because you start seeing those scams. But phones are also different because phones are much more versatile. We use them for everyday things. They do so many other functions as well. So when it comes to spending that type of money on a phone, you can give yourself reasons why that makes sense, or why you would limit it. And even when you think about it a lot, especially in the modern era, phones have very similar capabilities, right? It's not a specific thing that they maybe do better than others, unless you're a certain industry. Again, I don't game on the phone, so maybe I don't have the perspective to speak into that. But we'll see how that goes into the future. But for you, with having some of that iterative mentality, or being welcome to it as somewhat, is seeing what Sony is doing with the PlayStation 5 Pro. I do want to start off by getting your side on how do you feel about the presentation that Sony gave. Do you see what I meant by what I was saying, as it was hard to tell the difference, but on paper you can see why it would make sense? Or how are you kind of viewing the PlayStation 5 Pro, and kind of get into the conversation from there?
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's come out and said that he was never interested in mid-gen refreshes, and really, we talk about mid-gen refreshes like they've always happened, and they really haven't. We have one generation where they actually did, which is funny how we think about this. That last gen was the first time we really had like a mid-gen refresh. Yes, Sega.
Yeah, that was a true.
Back in the day, introduced the 32X, right? We had the Sega CD add-on. So we've had things certainly that you could look at. They were kind of like mid-gen refreshes in a way back in the day, but not really. So like last gen was the first time we've ever experienced it, and I said I wasn't for them and that it wouldn't interest me. Now, coming into this, I still get excited about new tech, right? So I'm the glass half full guy, right? I can certainly sit here and go, the $700 is a ridiculous price, right? I can certainly sit here and say that, right? It is, to me. When you're talking about a console, when you're talking about a mid-gen refresh, you're talking about not updating the CPU. $700 is ridiculous. But the reason why I thought all along it was going to be in this range was because this gen is different from any other gen. As we have stated multiple times and remind people, the console prices have not come down. Normally, we have the console prices coming down. Mm-hmm. Normally, the mid-gen... Again, we've only had one generation where it's really happened, but I'm just saying, if we were thinking about the mid-gen refreshes, normally the regular consoles that launched would be at right around probably 300 right now for the Series X and the PlayStation 5. And so the mid-gen refresh, like a PlayStation 5 Pro, would come along, and you'd be talking about $499, $500, the launch price for the originals. And then we would be sitting here having completely different discussion, right? It's not a big deal. But because the prices haven't come down, in fact, they've gone up in certain areas of the world, and in some ways with the Slim, I always said I said, I don't know how you guys think Sony's not going to come in here and lose money on this thing. They already know that this is not going to be the masses box, okay? This is not going to sell anywhere close to what the original sells or what the normal sells. This is an enthusiast box through and through. So if you're Hiroki, and again, you got to remember who's now in charge. Hiroki Totoki, okay? The CFO of Sony Corp. The man who only responds to the board of Sony and the shareholders, and whose main job is the bottom line of Sony Corp, who has watched their stock tumble. Okay, who came out after touring all the dev studios and said, yeah, we love their creativeness, but guys don't know shit about finances. Okay? This gentleman's now in charge of PlayStation. Okay, yes, you got Herman Holst and you've got Hideki, or whatever his name, I think it's Hideki, as the CEOs of PlayStation or whatever. But Hiroki's the man, okay? He's not going to take a loss on this freaking hardware. And then you throw in the fact that we found out, and again, this wasn't brought up in the presentation, which I thought was weird, and I haven't gone back and rewatched it again, so maybe everybody just missed it. but everybody seemed to find out afterwards that they upgraded to 2 terabyte SSD, right?
Right. That wasn't mentioned during the show. I don't
right.
I don't remember that.
So once you do that, it even makes a little bit more sense because we just saw the Series X come out with a limited edition console, and I know everybody's rightfully pointing out that that's a limited edition console.
It's still fucking too much.
It falls in line. It's $100 more for 2 terabytes. Series X is charging you $100 more, $600 for a Series X with 2 terabytes of SSD storage. That's the only upgrade they did.
Should be
so now when you talk about an extra $100, yes, it doesn't come with a disk drive. Get it, right? So we're talking about we're talking about 780. I don't care about the stand. I'm not going to add the stand in for this discussion because I don't give two shits about the stand. You can stand that fucker up without the stand.
Yeah,
okay?
I think that's fucking egregious as fuck. The CD drive and the CD drive and that stand not being there for that price is fucking crazy.
But I don't care. So let's just say 780. Okay, 780 for the PlayStation 5 Pro with a disk drive. If you're physical, right? To match up against the 600 of the Series X 2 terabyte. So you're talking about $180 more, okay? Versus the Series X 2 terabyte. I think the upgrades, personally, at this point in my gaming career, if I was a PlayStation 5 only guy, if I was a console only guy, right? And I was a PlayStation 5 only person, right? And I was looking at this with a trade-in somewhere between 300 and 400. So then, okay, I gotta pony up. Pun intended.
As if you did it right
$500 bucks, right? Yeah, if you did it right now, you gotta pony up another $500. You gotta go without
games for if you're only a PlayStation person.
I get it, but again, I'm just giving best case scenario.
Okay.
Even down the road. Okay, would I do this to play these games in the best possible light? I probably would. I'm not gonna lie. If Series X came out, if Xbox was doing a mid-gen refresh, would I think about it? Yes, I probably would. If the idea still is behind this, and this is the idea. Now, again, we'll get to what they say, the spec sheet, how Cerny talks about what they're doing and what reality is, because we already saw that, like you rightfully pointed out. What we were sold at the beginning of this generation has not come to fruition. Even from first party, especially on the Xbox side. All that velocity architecture, all that shit that they talked about in the beginning. Right. That's not being used by most of the devs, including the own first parties. Okay, so that was a load of bullshit, right? So we will see, right? We will see what actually happens with the PS5 Pro. But in concept, right, I don't have a problem with it if you're telling me that as a console gamer, I'm going to play more games at 60 frames or up to 60 frames. I'm going to get better resolution with PSSR. And again, having experience now, FSR, which is not the same. I understand PSSR is more in line with DLSS because it is AI supported, which is supposedly better than what FSR is, and I understand that. But now seeing that happen in real life and having experience on my 4K OLED, right, I could then go, okay, so I'm going to get better resolution, even if it is upscaled. And I'm going to get more games that run at 60 frames if the devs do take advantage of some of this hardware, potentially. And there's, again, CPU bottleneck. I'm not here to talk tech shit. You guys know I'm not the tech guy. I know the generals. I know the basics. I've absorbed some from people like Steel and others in the community, but I'm not going to sit here and talk that shit. But I do understand there's limitations because the CPU isn't upgraded. But just the potential that I'm going to play more games at 60 frames with a better resolution, would that be enough for me to upgrade? I think it probably would. If Xbox was doing it, I probably would be on the board with doing this. Sony understands from the get-go. Looking at the PS4 Pro numbers, we know 13% that the PS4 Pro wound up being 13% of the total purchases of PS4s. They're not looking at, and I said this from the beginning, they're not looking at the PS5 Pro as a replacement for the PS5. They're not looking at it to be the number one selling console for them going forward. They're not looking at any of that. I think they might even have scaled back some of their projections from the PS4 Pro. I think if they get between 6 and 10% of their total consoles sold are pros, they'll be extremely happy because Hiroki said, we're making money on this shit. We are making money. We're not going to lose money on this Pro. If we're going to do this, we're going to make money just like Nintendo makes money on their hardware. We're done taking losses on hardware. So this price point, yeah, it sucks. And again, I'm just talking US dollars. When you get, I'm on record. Europe, Australia, I saw Special Nick figure it out. $1,300 all in with everything with tax. Yo, no. Even if I was a console-only player and swore off PC gaming for life, I would rethink my swearing off of PC for life the minute that I saw that price point on that PS5 Pro. Fuck off. Okay? No. We ain't doing that. UK, $900+. Ooh, boy. Yeah, no. I'm not doing it either. But 700, 800, right? 780 without the stand, I'd think about it, right? So I'm excited from the standpoint, Steel, and I want to get to this because this is the thing that I picked up from Cerny, and I put this in the DMs. We've had the arguments or the criticism for the 60 frame stuff around here. All of our shows that have come out and criticized, especially, Xbox first party, because to be real, Sony first party has offered almost to a T, all of their first party titles have offered at least 2 modes, quality and performance, which is all we have ever asked for. And even if they didn't hit 60 frames, they at least opened it up, right? And again, Xbox on some of their first party launch, when their titles launch, have not had that. We just had that, right? We had the whole Redfall fiasco, then we had Starfield. Now we're talking, obviously, with Obsidian and Avowed potentially being at 30 frames. That's not okay with me, and I've made that clear. I think it's bullshit. I think the devs are bullshitting us, and it's been proven time and time again they are. We've had those conversations, and people hate it. People call us Sony bots. People have called me PCMR just because I do have a PC and I play on it sometimes because people can't stand that criticism. I'm going to give Cerny and PlayStation, I don't care where it came from. I don't care if this came from Nintendo. But Cerny and PlayStation pushed the conversation forward for console players. And we can argue still, or we can discuss whether or not these consoles should already be doing this, right? With all the tech that's inside, with everything that was promised out the gate. Are the devs really, truly optimizing and using all the tools? Or are they, because of time, because of resources, because of the amount of money put into these games these days, are they skipping a lot of that shit? And we could have more 60 frames games or 60 frames modes, but we don't because they just don't take the time to do it right now. But the fact that they presented that as a key component in this pushes the conversation forward. So all those people out in this community that tried to say that we just complain to complain. You guys just want to bitch. It doesn't matter. 30 frames don't matter. You can't even see 30 frames difference. It does not matter. 60 frames does not make your experience better. You guys have been playing 30 frames for so long. Who the hell cares? It's a bunch of bullshit. You just want to bitch about Xbox. That's all you want to fucking do. Guess what? They showed it to you point blank. Why the difference is there. And again, PC gamers have known this for decades because their hardware was allowed to do this, right? Console gamers were not. And Cerny made the point, and this was huge because the other argument, Steel, that we heard time and time again when these conversations were had, only you guys care about that shit. The masses don't care about that shit. Cerny in this presentation said, and again, almost all of their first party offer 2 modes at least.
3/4.
When given the chance, given the choice, Steel, 75% of players choose the performance fucking mode.
Hey,
75%. What?
Nah, him saying that was a highlight for me because I was like,
and we're talking about PS5, which is the most popular console between the two, right? Big sales number still. It's out there to the masses. It is the popular console, right? Outside of Switch. It's the popular console. It's the one that the masses choose to play Call of Duty and Fortnite and Madden on, and that's all they buy. They're choosing performance mode 75% of the time. So that argument is now dead. And I didn't care who did it, but it happened to be Cerny. It happened to be PlayStation who put it in this presentation. And then he went ahead and showed you the difference between 30 frames and 60 frames on screen, which it was
blatantly
see.
Obvious. Yeah, it was.
Right. That, to me, was the biggest part of this because I was like, thank fucking God. Now can we move forward and stop letting these devs tell us it's creative choice. And, it just can't be done. Fuck off. It can be done because now we got patches coming out. God, we got Starfield running at 120 on the Series X. We got Starfield running at 60 on the goddamn Series S potato. Jesus, man. After we were told it was impossible. It was just not going to happen. Okay, we're done. That conversation's over with. So I love that about this presentation. But overall, again, I saw Nixie put in there that he thought that the time limit for Cerny was perfect. Yes, Nixie, that's what I was talking about. That's about as much Cerny as you can take. That's why I said I would have Cerny do some of the presentation, but I would have somebody else come in. To your point, though, Steele, on how this showed, it didn't show. It doesn't show well. It's not, this is, YouTube compression is not working for this type of showcase where you're trying to show minute details in changes in games, because to your, to your point, that's what you're getting. They're showing the backgrounds of games becoming clearer, right? They're trying to show shadow differences, right? They're trying to show the difference in ray tracing, which is now 2 to 3 times more supposedly. Yeah, bro, that's the stuff in action you're never really going to pick up in game. It's got to be a total picture. I said, Steele, and I think that this will come down the road, right? We'll have some better presentations of this hardware that does show it off. Again, a side-by-side of the regular version of Cyberpunk with what the Pro can do, a whole picture of the city as the cars are driving like we got with the PC version. Again, I'm not saying, everybody, I already know it's not going to do the path tracing like a 40-90. Okay, we're not doing that shit.
Well, even then,
it's not going to be anywhere close to that.
The same.
But I'm just saying that a total shot of the game in motion, certain games show off well. I think the games they chose to show this right here, this little presentation, were terrible. Like it didn't do anything, right? I think we need some bigger games, some better examples that will show it off, and obviously without YouTube compression. Again, that's the problem trying to do this. Is it's just not going to be a thing, right? Or find a game where ray tracing wasn't there, and then now you can add it with the PS5 Pro or something like that. Like, that might have a difference. But overall, $700 sucks. $800 sucks with a disk drive. It's shit, okay? It's a shit price. But this is something we also mentioned, Steele, and I think people got to prepare themselves. And I think this is actually a good thing for Xbox, and I talked about this on Thursday night. I think Sony's broken the ice on this conversation with this price point. Because now if Xbox does come early with next gen, which we believe there's still a chance, I know other people are now saying it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
but if they do beat PlayStation out the gate, right? If they beat PlayStation even by 6 months a year, if they beat them to the punch and they come out with their next gen hardware and it's this hybrid and it's this really big leap as Sarah Bond is claiming it's going to be from a technological standpoint, and there's a lot of stuff we've talked about, we're not going to get into it, but I'm just saying, if they're going to do that, we've all said all along that this stuff, the handheld and the box, are both going to be pricey. They aren't going to come in at the standard $400, $500 price points like they have in the past.
That's
the high-end box and the high-end handheld are going to be expensive. But when they come out and now they say that price, and if it is $700, but they have all this technology in there, and again, whether or not it's used, I'm not here to talk about that right now. We'll wait and see what we've got going on when they finally announce this shit. But what I'm saying is, if they got all these technological leaps, Steele, compared to the PS5 Pro, at $700, it's going to be like, oh, shit, man. Xbox is offering a whole lot more for $700 versus what we got out of the PS5 Pro. I think that's a benefit for Xbox in the long game, because Sony is the one who broke the ice on that. Now, the only thing I don't want to see happen, Steele, and we've talked about this, is this becoming, as the PlayStation side has decided to start making this about luxury again. It's no longer even premium experience. Now this is a luxury console. Another fucking ridiculous narrative that started this week. If you can't afford it, you're just a fucking peasant, so go away. There are a group of people who literally want the gaming industry to become a rich person's game, or a well-off person's game, I should say, and then everybody else can fuck off and go play on mobile. There is a group of people.
That's not why gaming became as big as it has.
No. And I don't want to see Sony, I don't want to see Xbox move exclusively to that side. If we are moving to a spot where there is definitely a much more powerful version, much like we have with the Series X and Series S, that's fine. And it's going to cost people more. Okay, but it's going to do this much more. It's going to be more PC-like. It's going to be okay, as long as you can prove its value is there. Again, the value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder. I can hear the sales pitch, okay, for doing that. I can hear the sales pitch for a $700 plus console. Okay, I can. It's crazy, but I can hear it. But you better have an entry level as well. And you better give the people a price point that they can jump into. And I'm hoping that AI and some of the other stuff they're starting to implement will allow that lesser performing hardware to keep up. Whereas we've seen some issues with the Series S. Obviously, admittedly, it's not all of the issues that people try to put on it, but there has been a couple issues here and there. And obviously, it's not the most fun for devs to try to squeeze their games onto the Series S. It can be done. It takes them a little elbow grease, which I don't think is a problem either. I think devs need to get a little bit more elbow grease and learn how the devs used to work magic on the 360 and PS3. We've talked about that too. I think devs need to get back to that shit. I think they've gotten a little
innovation.
Yeah, they've gotten a little, I'm not going to use the L word, right? Because I don't like to use that, but I'm just going to say that they've gotten a little too used to having hardware where they can just brute force everything through without actually getting down and dirty with the programming. And I think they need to get back to that. But I understand the Series S might not be the most fun. But this new set of consoles, if they're going to introduce, these AI chips and they're going to help the devs with some of that stuff, then I hope they do have that entry level. I don't want this to become the rich boys club or the well-off club where people are left to choose between a Fire Stick or mobile or just an app on your TV as the entry point.
And the
right?
console's $9.99.
I want to see hardware that still has a good price point for people to jump into that may not have the big boys. Just like on PC, you can build, like you said, Steel. You personally wouldn't do it, right? You personally, and there's reasons why.
It depends on how you're coming in.
But you're how you're coming in. Mm-hmm. But on PC, let's say, Steel, you were absolutely limited, but you really wanted to PC game and you just wanted a PC because it does everything else on top of it, right? Mm-hmm. You could. There are entry level points that you can get into. You can build there's lots of different options.
Under $800, there's plenty of options. Yeah,
I want to see console gaming continue to have that as well as the premium big boy experience if you choose to go that route. Mm-hmm. I don't want them to lose that in all this. But again, I'm still excited. I got to see what happens. Again, real world versus what we're told are two different things, Steel. We've seen that all generations. So it's great that Cerny's speaking all this stuff. It's great. You got Digital Foundry out here claiming this thing's about as powerful as a 4070. But like you said, Steel, look at the size of a 47 card. Even as big as the PlayStation 5 is. Okay. We know that's not all just one for one. It doesn't work that way. It never has worked that way. Yes, consoles are optimized to do one thing, which is gaming, which helps them. But with the CPU not being updated, we got to wait and see how many of the devs are going to take advantage of this thing and what actually they can squeeze out of it. There are going to be devs that do wonders with the PS5 Pro where we go, holy shit, this is freaking fantastic. It looks great. Big difference between the regular PS5. But do I still expect some games to come out where people are like, what the fuck's the difference here? What are we doing? Yeah, I do. Like, we've seen that already in this gen. So to me, it's going to wait and see thing, but I'm excited for new tech. I'm excited that conversation got pushed forward specifically in the 60 frames department on console. That was massive for me when Cerny talked about that, as I made, that point. So overall, presentation sucked. It was boring as fuck. Cerny's boring as fuck. Again, I just don't like how he talks, but that is what it is. It was short and sweet, but it didn't present the PS5 Pro well. We're going to have to wait for more of that down the road as we see more games come out for it and people can really show good, high quality, comparisons between the regular PS5 and the PS5 Pro. But overall, I'm excited to be here. And the people acting like this replaced the regular PS5 and Sony's forcing everybody to buy $700. That's weird to me too.
I haven't seen
Again, flat out, you want to say $700? Nope, I'm not buying that thing. Totally understand. Totally agree with you. That's cool. That's your right. Again, not going to pocket watch anybody on this, whether you want to buy it or you don't. This is an option. Pure and simple an option. Is it greedy? Are they trying to make money off of it? Absolutely. Do I think in the future that both Xbox and PlayStation are looking at Nintendo right now and going, fuck, we're putting our games everywhere. We're putting our games more places, PC, mobile, all these different places. We don't live and die by the console numbers anymore. We don't have to sell our consoles at a loss anymore. Do I think that they're looking at Nintendo and going, fuck, going forward, we're going to start making a profit on these things? Yes, I do think that mentality is going forward. Does that mean we're going to be paying a little bit more? Absolutely it does. But I think that's where we're headed. And I think people need to prepare for next gen, especially PS6 and whatever Xbox has got. even the entry points could be more expensive than what we're used to. It just is kind of a sign of the times. But I definitely think we're going to have big boy prices too. I think we're going to have that disparity. So we'll see. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. But I'm kind of excited.
Well, there was two statements that were made back to back that I think are really dope for me to get into. So Nixie Stardust was saying in 2024, gaming is priced for everyone. I think that's a fair point, and we're definitely seeing more of that. And me and Pong are 100% behind that of finding what works for you and going that route. 100% believe in value. But then Karate Laundromat follows up with says that the PS5 seems more like a catch up than a next gen to me. And the PS5 Pro is not meant to be next gen.
Nope.
But I do agree that I do see it as more of a catch up than trying to push things forward, right? At least from the things we were told previously about both consoles, what was supposed to be possible, supposedly possible, and then why Xbox waited for the features that they did, and the benefits of being able to do so, of all the conversations that we had of tools and features not being used because of the main development platform being PlayStation, so the developers are not going to take in consideration using whatever tools that they don't have access to. Nixie, I was just saying, I don't know if he meant like, oh, it's the Pro is next gen. Maybe he did. I mean, definitely correct that with him. But that's why I just want to clarify. I mean, hopefully nobody's like saying that, because that's just weird.
No.
The next gen is PlayStation 6, which we'll see if that ends up becoming to fruition or not. But and
we could be getting away from standard gens too. Remind everyone. I mean, we have talked about that too. Like the standard thought process of gens is blurring, and I think that we are moving away from that as well. I think we could see more updates in the future, potentially down the road, instead of big differences. I
don't want the consoles to become phone-like. I think that's dumb as hell, because it's already unless
they have plans in place.
Unless there is a market that allows you to trade in your devices for you to have X value towards upgrading to the next device, then 100%. Maybe we could start taking things into consideration. But even at that point, you would have to put a 3-year time frame on some of that. And if you put that into effect, then how do you refurbish the old technology? And what is your baseline for that old technology? And again, that's why, I mean, if you go with the belief that I genuinely do think is going to be the way forward, I know people think that Microsoft is going to step away from using x86 architecture and more so use ARM. And again, from everything that I've seen, I think ARM is just going to be a part of, like an addition to that x86 architecture to help run the operating system, for an example, because ARM is really good at doing a specific thing, right? And I think running an operating system would be really good for ARM as an example. Again, not super technical about this stuff. I could be completely off base, but from what I've picked up on, that's what I've come to understand. And it's just supposed to allow you to get additional hardware resources that would technically be used in other areas. And you also use AI to enhance and kind of help enhance the hardware that you have within that box through machine learning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. At least that, again, per my understanding. But again, the PlayStation 5 Pro, I think the biggest thing that I have as far as the price goes is I think $700 is extremely egregious for something that they removed the disk drive from and the stand. The fact that the console itself is $800+, not considering tax, probably more so right around $850. We'll just keep it $8 to be generous. I think is extremely expensive for a piece of console hardware that is not going to be. So again, I don't think, Nixie, and man, we'll see who ends up being wrong. I don't think no matter what that GTA 6 is going to be 60 frames whenever it ends up releasing on the PlayStation 5 Pro. I just don't think it will be. And I do feel as if it is capable on the PlayStation 5 Pro, then I don't see any reason that the Series X would not have that same capability. Because again, to the point that I was making earlier, if there were certain tools and resources that could have been used that weren't being used previously, then why wouldn't they not be used now that the PlayStation is going to have somewhat similar features? That just makes no sense. So
only if PSSR is that much better, Steel, and Rockstar only chooses to use that and not FSR to get to that 60 frames.
But what's crazy is they're not going to do that, mainly because there's apparently word behind the scenes or whatever, and I don't know if there's an actual article covering this, but apparently PlayStation with AMD helped come up with PSSR. Was mainly on PlayStation, and AMD reverse engineered it. If you take that into consideration, and again, that's just technology. That's something that always consistently happens. We think that all these people are against each other. They're constantly working with each other to help invent, or again, this is innovation. These are the things that I ask for. So if you take that into consideration, there was just post that went out this week that AMD put out that they're doing FSR4 is going to also have this is going to be much more similar to DLSS and its AI learning technology. So now even FSR is going to have very similar, if not the same technology, but this is being done by AMD, which is AMD is more computer-based versus PlayStation being more console-based, right? So there's more versatility that can happen on one end. There's so many other factors. Again, when you get into PC and what all is, that's why it's so hard to say, oh, well, this is more powerful than this. It's such a weird conversation to have, because if you think about the concept of this, I mean, this is why there's laptop GPUs created and everything. But if you just think about the concept that a 3080 Ti, as an example, a 4080 Ti is the size of a Series S, that's not going in your console. So there's no way, along with the power draw that is required, the wattage that is required to run such a card, and the entire piece, your CPU included. These consoles are not seeing that. They are being designed to run a specific way under a certain wattage so that they don't have a certain amount of heat. It's part of the reason PlayStation went with the liquid metal strategy, which is going to be interesting whether they keep that in the PlayStation 5 Pro or if they go more back to traditional kind of thermal paste. So we'll see what the differences are there, because we do know that they're still overclocking that CPU. Yeah, that CPU may be a bit better, but you're still overclocking it. Okay. And now you're saying that you're going to give people versatility. I am not so at all, because of what we have seen thus far, that the PlayStation 5 Pro will justify itself enough to reach into a price range where if somebody was only, again, if you're a console, using that same example, if you're a PlayStation 5 only person, and there hasn't been enough to truly show you the differences up to this point, unless, again, to the point that you were making with the whole trade-in point, I mean, the little bit that I got into with that. If I could trade in my console for $400 and get the new console for a little under $300, that's not a bad upgrade. And that is PC-like in a lot of ways, where you trade in your old graphics card to get a new graphics card. That is something that happens a lot of the time. Most of the time, the people who have the newer card, for an example, the 3080s, they have really good, or the 80 series cards have really good resale value. You can sell the 1080 for the 2080, the 2080 for the 3080, the 3080 for the 4080, so on and so forth. And you get only have to spend about half price, maybe less, maybe a little more, depending. I can see that being somewhat viable, but how much longer is GameStop going to be around for that to be an option? And do we really believe that these companies are going to allow that to be an option? So what, are we going to start mailing in our boxes to them? It's for them to get us the discount? I don't think so. I mean, that would be a cool option, but the reason why GameStop works is because of how gaming has been done up to this point. We do know that GameStop is having some issues as well, though. and the physical and the way that we have been doing things physically has not been the greatest. So what is GameStop just turned into the hardware trade shop? GameStop is now the gaming pawn shop. Is that what it becomes? I mean, somewhat like that already, but it becomes a little bit more dirtier. Nixie says, there's places other than GameStop, if you're fortunate, for sure. A Best Buy, Micro Center. I don't have a Micro Center. I wish I did. We had one back in the day. But what if Best Buy doesn't do it? Best Buy is changing things as well. Maybe they don't want to have all that inventory on hand, all that hardware on hand. And they got to send it back to Sony or Xbox, no matter what. And what is Sony Xbox going to do with that? They're going to refurbish it, or they're going to drop the price because they're not trying to drop the price now. I think the thing that gets me is that we're 4 years into a console generation, and instead of the prices lowering, the prices are raising. The PlayStation 5 Pro should be at max $600, $599. The PlayStation 5 Pro with the CD drive, the regular one that we have right now, should be $399, $349. And then the Slim should be $299. Or something of that nature. That's what we should be seeing if you wanted more people to jump into it. And I get that what these people are going to tell you is that, oh, well, things are more expensive and you got to understand this. No, I don't need to understand none of that. I could take things into consideration, but look, I'm taking that RTS view, and I'm thinking as a consumer right now. This isn't about how much ducats I got in my pocket. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It comes down to value now at this point, because regardless of people want to accept it or not, there is a generation behind us that is not looking at these consoles the same way that you're looking at them. So even you getting a Pro, again, get the Pro. But when are you going to stand up for being shafted by the companies? If PlayStation's been making up, this is another situation of, oh, the company's making a profit, but it's okay for them to shaft me a little bit, although they haven't given me a roadmap. I don't know what games are coming out. I'm excited for Astrobot. Man, that's the greatest game that I've ever played. I'd rather play Astrobot than Space Marine, but I don't know what other games that I got. Second and third party deals, man. Stellar Blade, what a third party deal to help fill out my library. Oh, but I thought all these second and third party Final Fantasy 16 didn't sell the greatest. Hey, Square games are now coming everywhere, because Square sees that the sales aren't happening on one platform. So what difference is the PlayStation 5 Pro? What value does that really have? Other than you saying, hey, Sony, continue to shaft me. I'm cool with it. Hey, Xbox, it's the same thing for the limited edition 2 terabyte Xbox. That bitch should be $499. It is too goddamn expensive, man. No. And there's not the question, the answer isn't, oh, well, you're a broke boy. That makes no fucking sense. The whole entire point of consoles is for innovation. Make them figure out how to innovate better and get a better product to us day one. Please tell me the last time outside of Space Marine 2 where we got a complete game day one that didn't need an update, that was complete, didn't have issues, didn't have bugs, but didn't tell me, we can't do 60, but we can do 60 now. Demonstrate it to me. Show me. When you can demonstrate where the value of my CD case has gone, why physical media is irrelevant, why the gamers are losing faith. If you can show me where that money has went, all these hundreds of millions of dollars that you're spending has gone in the most secretive form of entertainment that we've ever had, then maybe I can hear you saying that you could sell a console for $700. But in no fucking lifetime, and I would never suggest to somebody, even if you were only a gamer, to buy a $700 console, or that to be a possibility for the future at all. A PlayStation 6, an Xbox Series Z, I would never suggest that. Now, it being an option, again, I still believe that price should not be where it's at. Mainly because of all the things that we have been giving up to this point, and people just saying, oh, well, you don't understand because you're not a developer, but I'm releasing broke games, and I don't know what the community wants, and I don't want how to support this game, and I don't know how to build great games. Oh, I can't make single player games and do multiplayer at the same time. Oh man, you gotta deal with the blatant DEI bullshit, or you got to deal with this, you got to deal with all this extra shit, and we can't just make good games for you anymore. We don't believe that. We want to shaft you with the highest price console that we could give you, just so we can not give you what we told you we were going to give you anyway. I can't stand behind that. Even if you traded in your PlayStation 5 for it. Because I would just tell you to get a PC. Instead of taking that $300, take that $300 and get another PlayStation. Take that $300, that extra $300, and start investing into a PC. You don't have to play it at a desk. You can hook it up in your living room. And that's only going to become more efficient moving into the future, because that's what they're all trying to do. Find more ways to reach you in more places. At least that's what Xbox is trying to do. And hey, by the way, the Sony CEO came out this week again and said, hey, we're trying to put shit as many places we can fucking put it. So another CEO from Sony telling you what the vision is. And you want me to believe in the PlayStation 5 Pro that just demonstrated by the guy who talks about technology that there's barely a fucking difference. Outside of, which I do 100% agree with Pong, that they fucking showed everybody, the population, what the difference is between 30 and 60. And the main thing that I've been fucking preaching about. But now they're telling you, oh, well, in order to give you 60, this is what I got to do. I got to take out the CD drive. I got to take out the plastic stand. Not only that, but I'm going to raise it to $700. So I'm going to take more things away, because I already like taking things away. I took away the value out of your game cases. I took away the value of you having cloud saves. Hey, if you don't have cloud saves for 3 months, I'm going to delete your whole save category. Like, you're just not going to be able to return to this shit. Fuck getting busy. Right? I'm going to take out the CD drive. Again, feel how you want it. If you don't need it, great. I hear you. Again, I'm not trying to convince you not to buy the console. I'm just explaining to you why, for me, it doesn't make sense, and why we should at some point stand for something. Now, if you don't want to stand for anything, then you do what every other enthusiast does and buy the fucking Ferrari. But don't complain to me about gas prices. Don't complain to me about the servicing. Hey, you got a Ferrari. It's great. Feels good, don't it? It's the price, man. You got to pay that price. I mean, Pong's admitted it a bit before. He likes that quality even on the TV. He wants to play at max setting. He feels a way when you got to start turning down settings and stuff. Pong is the hyper, as I would say, enthusiast. Pong has an OLED TV as an example, as I mentioned in the beginning of the show. I don't. I can fucking care less. I am the guy that TCL is looking for. I am. I like it. I like TCL. I think TCLs are solid. Matter of fact, TCLs were proven to be solid gaming TVs. I can get me a big ass TCL for a good ass fucking price. And guess what? I understand what I'm getting as well. TCLs also have pretty good input latency as far as gaming goes. But anyway, and again, I say I like TCLs, and I have a fucking Samsung and a Vizio in my house. There's the only TVs I have in my house. And I'm using the AOC monitors, right? But I play in 1080p. Could I have a 4K OLED screen and LCD or whatever kind of monitor? Sure. But I don't care about that. I do care about my performance. I do care about my game still looking good, because it's not like I don't want my stuff to look good. But the way that things are on PC and the way things are on consoles, that's why consoles are impressive. You know, me coming down from a little bit of that smoke I was giving the Pro before I get back into it. the reason why consoles will always be impressive to me is because look at what we're talking about. You're comparing the two already. And the experiences are only getting closer to each other. The thought that we can 1080p, it being upscaled or not, and give you a good image quality that even makes people compare side by sides of a PC versus X console, and it not be so grand of a difference that it's pixelated and it looks like it's at 480p, or you look like you're playing a Nintendo Switch game. That is fucking impressive. What is not impressive is you selling me on a product at the beginning of a generation and never fulfilling that promise on both sides. And I think PlayStation blatantly just didn't have shit. And because of what the status quo is, PlayStation being the lead platform, Xbox was never going to get its just due as far as the comparison in hardware. So for me, it is getting to a point to where you have to decide what is going to be best for you as whatever gamer that you are. If you can trade your PlayStation 5 Pro, your PlayStation 5 in for a Pro, hey man, you do what you do. Trade it in for $400, buy the other one for $300. I still think that's a shafting. $700 for no CD drive, and it's like, and then people are kind of shrugging it off like, it's $800 with the CD drive and the stand. Almost $900 with the CD drive and the stand, and that's in America. Whatever. I don't need the CD drive, Like, we're starting to make excuses now, right? Like that's how it comes across to me. Like, hey, it's okay if they don't put that in there, man. It's $700, bro. Why not? It's gonna be stronger, man. It's more powerful. We were already sold on power, so now we're gonna believe it this time because it's PlayStation. That's why we believe it this time. Is that what we're saying? Although, I thought PlayStation had games. Where are those at? And again, I'm not in the PlayStation ecosystem, right? I do enjoy some of the games that PlayStation releases. I do want to see more of that hopes and dreams roadmap. The things that used to get me excited about what PlayStation does, and none of the things that I've seen up to this point do that for me. I'm sorry, guys. Astro, it's not a game that's going to make me look at that and be like, man, I might need to get that. If you're a tech person, you just want the hottest thing. I hear you. That's always been a thing. People paid $700 plus dollars for the system back in the day. People paid $1,000 for the current PlayStation 5 on release. Xbox Series consoles on release. Scalpers were selling them for upwards of $1,000. So if people were willing to do it then you're going to be willing to do it now if they tell you that it's a bump in performance. I do hope that we do start seeing more 60 frame games, and that what Cerny said, with more people preferring frame rate, performance mode over quality mode, becomes more of a reality, because I'm sick of people being stuck in this old ass thinking that 30 FPS is the experience that everybody should have. No, it is not. The focus should be the complete opposite. And obviously the consumers are demonstrating that. Get the performance, have it looking good. We're at a point of no return. It can't get worse after a certain point. If you're at 1080p and you can upscale it to 4K and you can barely fucking tell the difference without zooming in 1,000 times between a native 4K and an upscale 4K image, can you really complain? That's innovation. You save that hardware to be able to do other things, to be able to continue to make those comparisons to PC. But people have to stop getting it confused. These consoles will never equal what these PCs can do. Please look at a graphics card. Somebody hold it and tell me how you're going to get that type of power in a console at any point. But there is ways to innovate, use the tools, use software, to, to use different techniques to get a close experience. And that's what I hope that people start seeing as we move forward, regardless of if you end up getting this device or not. I think it's a money grab for Sony. It's even worse when you take away those pieces of hardware, whether you think it's valuable to you or not. And I do think it does set somewhat of a precedent of what can be possible next. But I do think I kind of set this precedent as well previously, because I had mentioned that Xbox could sell you a handheld hybrid device that can be docked for $699. Why? The Steam Deck, the ROG Ally, and all these other handheld PCs are doing the same fucking thing. So if Xbox is able to approach this differently, and that's going to be the main tell here, because I do feel like PlayStation is hoping that Xbox is truly resting on their laurels, and maybe they can't bring to fruition whatever their next plan is. Because again, I still think, Jez kind of says, yeah, Xbox is doing a handheld, but we don't know for sure what that's going to be. Is it going to be Series X level by the time that it comes out? That will be cool, because Series S would be too old by that point. And if we already got a Pro 4 years later that has apparently things that haven't been put in modern day GPUs yet on PC, although by the time that shit comes out, it's already translating over. But anyway, if that was possible, then what's going to be possible in 3 years from now? 2 years from now, whenever this device is supposed to come out? It may be just as versatile, be able to do more. And if PlayStation 6 comes out at $699 and you have this Xbox device at $699 as well, that's versatile, able to do a certain amount of things, where is the floor at that point? So it's just going to be interesting to see how these things play out. Again, I don't want to sway anybody from getting whatever device that you feel like that you're interested in. I do feel, though, again, that it is a bit of a shafting and an acceptance of Sony, you telling Sony that this is okay for them to do this and to continue to take things away from you for quote unquote perceived value that you hadn't got up to this point. We as the consumer have the most power in this industry, and we throw it away all the time, but then complain about it. That's the thing on PC that we're dealing with right now with graphics cards. Well, a 4080 should not cost $1,000. It just shouldn't. 4090, I get, though, because you're getting towards Titan class cards, the cards that you use like for graphic, for editing, and all the extra shit. But even a 4080 should probably be right around $700. 4070 right around $400 or $500. 4060 right around $200-$300, because that's what made PC accessible. But when you have people coming in and saying, oh, graphics, and then also, there's other things that played into it too, crypto mining and everything else. But you have these people just wrongly and like putting the focus on the wrong thing. You get things that are way overpriced for price to performance. And I just think that those are things we need to continue to keep in consideration as we move forward. And again, if you see value in it, do what you feel is going to be best for you. Just take things into consideration that happen around you, and just go from there, man. Gaming is what it should be. Let's hold these publishers, these companies, feet to the fire and tell them to innovate more, to actually deliver on the things that they want us to experience, or they say we should experience, before we just start backing down and accepting some of this other stuff. That's the main thing. That's kind of my take on the PlayStation 5 Pro situation.
I think you're right. I think you're right, but I don't know if innovation means anything anymore, Steel, unless the devs are going to take advantage of it. And that's the massive problem. There was some innovation in the Series X and the PlayStation 5, both of them, and devs haven't taken advantage of it.
Wow, will there be innovation now? So now there's a Pro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is there going to be? That's why I said it's a wait and see. Who's going to take advantage, right? Who's going to do more with it? Now, I will say that PlayStation's first party has taken advantage more so than Xbox's first party of all the tools in the PlayStation 5. But but again, we will see. It's real world versus not. This is where AI and stuff comes into play too, where AI starts helping these devs take advantage of this stuff, because AI is going to be able to start integrating that stuff. Even if the devs don't want to take the time to do it, the AI will be able to do it.
There's crazy things happening. Yeah.
And yeah, we're not that far away either. So they just had, for anybody who doesn't know where AI is coming now, the latest AI, which one was it? I can't remember which one it was. God damn it. It wasn't, I don't think it was Chat, it was the other one. It was Open. I think it was Open AI. They did a test run. They created a game of hide and seek with the AI, and the AI had to find a flag inside of a virtual box, right, and get it. And there was it was broken. The code was broken. So the game, so it didn't work, right? The game wouldn't work. The AI reset the game itself, and then rewrote the code to break into the box by itself and grab the flag without any prompting.
Impressive. Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, without any prompting whatsoever. Thinking outside the box, literally, pun intended. Yeah, so we're not that far away. AI is going to become more and more, and I think it's going to help these devs use some of this tech. But yeah, it's all a wait and see. There's been a lot of innovation, just hasn't been used still. So, but we're about to see, because I think next gen is going to have even more of it, and we'll see where it goes. But I think you're spot on, man. I mean, again, it's going to come down. It's always values in the eye of the beholder, and there ain't no pocket watching here. You know, if you see value in it, go buy it. If not, don't. Right? And again, PlayStation still, as of right now, does have the advantage that their first party titles, not all of them go day and date to PC. So if you do want to play PlayStation titles, and that's your jam, that you love their first party, and that is why you own a PlayStation, then there is still a benefit to buying into the consoles and not moving to PC, right? Outside of all the other stuff that we talk about, obviously. Again, you guys know how I feel about console versus PC. I love console, right? But that is still an advantage, because they have not gone strictly to day and date on PC. So for right now, you still have that.
You know what's also interesting, because Karate Laundromat brings up a good point. He says Indiana Jones will save PlayStation 5 Pro. And I get people getting their bag about that. It's like, I did hear some of that this week where, oh, well, you know, what if Xbox games play better on the PlayStation 5 Pro, man? Like, look, what then? So, okay. It's just going to sell more copies of the game. I mean, it's kind of how I would
look. What they're there to do.
It's kind of how I would look at if Nintendo released their games on PC. I still think that they would still be exactly where they are right now. With the most sold console. And
the point.
Still, and just because people have access to play it on PC does not mean that people are not going to go buy a Nintendo Switch.
Correct.
And I do think Nintendo sees that. Now, if they take advantage of it or not, I don't know. But I do think Nintendo is one of the number one companies that if they did both, they would still see the same thing that they got now. And it would be definitive that the better experience would be you playing on a PC, but so people are like, oh, well, you know, this device just works so well, this, that, and other thing. And they had, and even if they had whatever software on PC for it to work natively. So it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of opportunity, a lot of innovation that could possibly happen. So, yeah, man, steep price. We see how things go. We'll see how many people actually end up picking it up. I mean, scalpers are already getting crazy on the CD drive, you know. So we'll see if it actually brings 60 frames more to the forefront than we've ever seen before. And we'll see if
oh, the scalpers are all over this shit. I loved how everybody was trying to claim, oh, see, everybody is buying this thing. Bro, if you guys don't know, this is not the scalpers picking up all those drives the minute that they found. And bro, of course it is. Of course it is. They're already popping up online for $250 to $300. Jesus, man. It's the scalpers. You're not selling out because a bunch of regular people are going to buy disk drives in preparation for the PS5 Pro. That's not how regular people work. It's the scalpers grabbing them all. God, man.
Yeah, you gotta keep that in consideration.
Stop. Just stop. It's gonna sell fine, but stop.
Brandon 1050 says, "Love the way you think, Rain. I love the way you think still, Rain. You're thinking for the public at large, not just for the rich people. Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking for us as the consumer. Again, I mean, just trying to pull myself back out of it. And again, being able to have access. I mean, definitively, again, I have a Series X, and definitively people will always tell you that, oh, well, why have that if you have a PC? Again, I believe in the console hardware. There are still games that aren't cross-platform between both that I need to be able to access certain games on a device, and I do believe in that ecosystem. So, and to Nixie's point earlier, because he said this, hey, if it was Xbox doing this, this conversation would be different. And no, it's not. Just like I mentioned with Xbox doing the limited edition 2 terabyte, that shit shouldn't be fucking $600, man. Point blank, period. And Ghost 19, yes, that is a good point. PlayStation 5 Pro to get something equivalent, you are looking at building a $1,200 PC.
Yes.
We're not, because you're not talking about playing at 1080p.
Right.
Right? Like now, again, you start getting into the semantics of it. You could build a very comparable PC for the same price point as the PlayStation 5 Pro, and through upscaling, play at 1440p or 4K, and probably get decent performance that is comparable to a PlayStation 5 Pro. But there's a lot of semantics that go into that. And most people are not going to play those games. They're going to use new hardware, and I wouldn't suggest for people to use other hardware other than that, right? And I also want you to be able to set yourself up properly for upgrades or anything else that you'd want to do in the future. In doing that, I couldn't be able to suggest you a box to do unless you were getting it for your kiddo or whatever. But again, you have to take in consideration what is your experience. Oh, Nixie, I know overall, if for what we've seen from the community, like he mentioned, he said, still, the convos would be different. A lot of people upset because they're worried about the power narrative. Yes, there are a certain segment of people out there upset. Yes, no, for sure. And I'm pretty sure we mentioned that as well. There's always going to be subsects of people who are going to fucking just go completely above and beyond. And yes, a lot of the people who
are other
upset,
side claiming it's a luxury console, just like
exactly.
just like the other side was claiming this is a luxury console. And if you're just too broke to afford it, too bad, so sad. Like that's like, again, yes, both sides show up to this battle all the damn time, of course. Absolutely. 1000%.
Hey, and Ghost, if you think Xbox is a scam, hey man, shout out to you, brother. I mean, again, the same way that I see, why would you own something that you don't believe in or like play, use? I don't get that concept. You know what I mean? Like I get we're enthusiasts, but because you're enthusiast, just because I'm a car enthusiast doesn't mean I got a fucking turbo in my car, as an example. Or just because I like bikes doesn't mean I got the biggest bike. You know what I mean? Now it just so happens I do, but it just starts getting weird after a certain point. Like what are we actually enthused about? Is it the hobby or is it the money we spent? Like I don't know. Then it becomes it just becomes a dick measuring contest. Why are we measuring each other? It's just, that's just kind of my thought on it. Anyway. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
real quick, Steel.
Yeah,
shout out to Humble Bundle, by the way. I love when the simulation all works out, right? Shout out to Humble. Anybody else interested in Warhammer? I was talking about looking at the books. Yes, I love my physical books, right? I do love my physical books. They are expensive. I was looking at the Warhammer series, and they can get pricey even for the paperbacks. But right now, if I'm gonna do this, just to start out, Humble Bundle just came out with a book bundle, $18, and you get 24 of the Warhammer 40K Black Library books.
Damn.
So on digital. So if you want to start getting into Warhammer, especially the Space Marine side of things, that's what this whole collection is about. Is all the Space Marines. So 24 books you just got to pay a minimum of $18. You guys all know how Humble works. It's a donation. Minimum of 18 and you get all 24 books. They even have a 14 item bundle or a 6 item bundle if you want to go cheaper, but hell yeah. $18 for 24 books to start reading them digitally, and then I'll eventually probably buy them physically. Absolutely. So just want to let everybody know because I was talking about that earlier.
That's not bad.
Pretty dope. No, not bad at all. Just to get started in it, start reading some Warhammer. Yeah, no, that's dope. I'll do that.
JB says books with a weird face.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those are a thing, and more people should know they're a thing. Anyways.
Facts. I don't necessarily have anything else that I have. And I do need to start ramping it down for sure. I will say
3.5 hours. You were trying to do this at 3.
I will say I think Ubisoft's going to end up getting sold to Tencent. It's going to be owned by Saudi.
Whatever gets Yves out of there, I don't care. Well, Tencent is China, so it's either going to be Tencent or it's going to be the Saudis. So, but I think more likely Tencent, because Tencent has a good stake in them already.
With what's going on currently with Ubi, it's going to be interesting to see how things play out.
Yves need to get the hell out of there. The whole Guillermo family. They ran that shop into the ground. Not that anybody like Tencent's going to do any better, but Jesus.
I don't know.
Give somebody else a shot.
Tencent's been at least supporting.
Yeah, I know they've been supporting. I'm just saying I don't know if they'll change. I don't know if they'll change. Like all of a sudden, we're going to start getting the old school games that Ubi used to make. Right? I'm not confident they would start bringing back the IP in the way that they should. But yeah, that share price is dropping like a rock, bro.
Yeah, and if it continues to do such. I mean, again, I don't think AC Shadow. I think AC Shadow is going to end up having too much controversy for it to blow up the way that it needs to. I don't think it's going to blow up the way that Valhalla did. I mean, and again, it might.
If it comes out and everybody loves it, it will. I mean, the word of mouth. But yeah, no, there's definitely going to be a subsect of people already that are never going to touch it. So sure.
So I mean, we'll see. I just know they can't depend on that, and I don't know what else they have in their roadmap to kind of help them out in that way. Especially with how the other IPs are kind of working right now. So yeah, I just see that ended up happening because I mean, yet again, Microsoft can't get them. PlayStation doesn't have the money to get them.
No,
there's only leave so many options.
I mean, EA and Ubisoft combined would be massive.
That would be fucking insane.
I've said that in the past. I said that
EA could do that though.
Yeah,
they take on that many.
They could merge. Yeah, they could merge. Push Yves out. Right? Do a merger, push Yves out, give them a good price, push them out, but you could merge those two and become EA Soft.
EA Soft Plus?
Yeah.
For $19 a month? That's not a bad deal.
No, that would be a massive
day and date sports games, day and date.
Yeah.
Like all of that.
But I'm just saying it's survival too. Like it would just EA would. I mean, again, not that EA is great either. I mean, again, they've got their own problems, but overall, they do a much better job managing than Ubisoft does in a lot of ways. So, but yeah, that would be survival of the fittest. That would be. I've said that for a while. I think that would be a great combo, and I think that makes sense. And I think yes, EA could pull it out for sure.
Yeah, I mean, EA does have his own issues going on as well, but that would be interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting to see if they were able to make that work. Again, and that's also
a massive publisher, bro.
That's also putting that would be insane. But again,
Ubisoft's got over 20,000 employees by themselves. Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if EA that would
EA, what would happen? Okay, listen, anybody who buys Ubisoft though, everybody's got to get ready. If what Steele's thinking is true, and more people than just him are thinking it's true, the smoke's out there just because of how bad the stock's doing, and it doesn't look like they're going to get any help from Shadows either. If anything, it'll sell roughly what they think, and it won't do much for the stock. It's not going to blow up. At least I don't think so. It's not going to blow up. If that happens, whoever purchases them, you think the industry has been having mass layoffs lately? Get ready, because whoever does take on Ubisoft is going to trim the shit out of that company. That company is so massively over bloated with support studios and everything. And again, I'm not talking. I hate saying it this way, but business wise, you have to think about this because the human cost for somebody taking over Ubisoft is going to be massive. Nobody's going to take over that company and keep it status quo. Nobody. That people have talked about that for a long time. Ubisoft is way over the top. Yep.
Yeah, Ron, I don't think that would be a good choice. He says Apple needs to buy Ubisoft.
Oh, God.
If Apple got more serious about trying to enter the game market, that would be a killer way to enter the gaming market and make those games exclusive to their hardware, whatever they release. Oh, that would be an instant flow.
If anything,
you think that they would want to go for a bigger play?
It'd be a tough regulation pass, but if regulations lighten up a little, Apple and Sony would be a great combo because Apple would get the hardware division for TVs that they've always wanted. Apple would get a lot of things from Sony. And it's always made sense that Apple and Sony, because they already run their businesses similar. It would make a lot of sense if they took that over. So they would have to spin off Sony Insurance. They would have to spin off some of the stuff that Sony has that they have no interest in, but Apple would be the one that, or Apple and Sony make a lot of sense. Fuzzy's been all over that for years. So,
I mean, I've always made that comparison, being joking, just kind of jokingly, just because again, their practices are very similar to each other. I don't think that would happen.
Oh, I don't think it's happening anytime soon. It's just if Apple got serious about hopping into video games,
like to the point to where they wanted to.
Yeah,
make a splash.
They might spin off Sony Pictures. They might spin off some other stuff, too. But they would take the electronics department, and they would take, because they got all the production facilities, which would help Apple too. And then they would take PlayStation, obviously, and that would be massive for them.
So. Yeah, you talk. Lydian says talk about higher prices. Oh yeah, they would. Oh yeah, talk about iterative. Talk about luxury. But you also talk about competition because goddamn well Apple is going to shut it the fuck down, and they're gonna want a fingerprint scan for you to be able to sign into your PlayStation.
Yep.
Your Apple station. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Hopefully they are able to bounce in. Will recover a bit on the Ubisoft side of things. It's just weird, the possibilities of what can happen. I mean, I'm excited for Shadows, so I'll take back a little bit of what I mentioned about other games, but I'll probably be an Ubisoft Plus if I end up trying out that game. But that's really the only other one that I have that's really extremely high on my list right now, because I really want to play Now Way. I'm so excited to play a fucking ninja, bro. And she's a little body, so.
Yes, sir.
What? Yeah, I don't think that I have. Oh, yes, I do. Crimson Desert. There's been 50 minutes of 50-minute gameplay that has been put out there for the audience to enjoy. That's on YouTube. If you guys are interested in that, please do.
Please be interested in this. Let me just say this real quick, Steel. I'm gonna let you go, but just let me say this. Steel and I told you all about Space Marine 2.
Yes.
Okay. We told you all about this when we first saw it, right? We have been telling you guys about Crimson Desert for almost 2 years now, since we first started seeing it. This is one that gets better and better and better, Steel. This is the next big single-player RPG. When we finally get an announcement of a release date, I'm telling you all.
They're showing a lot, too. They're ramping.
That's why I thought potentially there could be something. TGS, they might give us a release date early next year. We could see Crimson Desert. I'm thinking before summer. We'll see. But have this on your radar. If you are like single-player RPGs, have this on your radar. This is a reality. Some people called this bullshit too. Some people thought this was bullshit too, but Pro Best knows what they're doing. This is going to be another game from the East that shows up and changes the narrative when it comes to single-player RPGs and what's offered in it. Because the immersion levels that I'm seeing in this look fucking off the charts. Like some of the shit that you're able to do, the whole drop Steel, the whole fucking Zelda drop from the top, bro. Come on, man. It looks freaking ridiculously cool.
I'm trying to see if I can get that on screen right now.
Yeah.
But again, this is Black Desert through and through, but with more quality, bro. Them focusing on the story, focusing on the characters that you're interacting with. It is just insane that they're actually coming up on release on this game, because I'm telling y'all, man, y'all are going to be extremely impressed. Y'all thought some of these other Western RPGs were it. Y'all are going to play this, especially when you get into the combat and stuff. How physical, again, fulfilling that power fantasy. I don't know if you saw that fight with the main character in the night.
Yes, I did. Yep, I watched
bro, the way that he was kicking him, and it felt like, and you felt that impact. He did that double kick to him. He was like, boom, boom. It was almost like a bicycle kick, but more grounded.
Even this one, going in the arena, the latest video that they just dropped, where they got the destruction, where you're battling with people watching and stuff, and people are scattering out of the way, and then you're flying through carts and shit, and the carts are breaking apart while you're in the middle of battle. Just stuff like that looks just freaking incredible, bro.
There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on screen for you guys so you can see what's going on with that. This is Black Desert. Excuse me, Crimson Desert. Excuse me. But made by Pearl Abyss, man, and it's just more and more we see from it. He's about to do the dive that Paul was talking about, and I'll just let this play as we continue to ramp as we ramp down the show. But it's absolutely outstanding to see what they've been able to do with this, and I can't wait for the game to actually fully release, man.
1000%. Yeah, neither can I. Again, this is going to be the next big single player RPG. Again, put this on your radar, guys. This looks fantastic.
Bro, he's dropping. There's no popping anywhere. Bro. It looks crisp as he's falling.
Phenomenal. It's cool, the transitions that they do. And then when he gets his, whatever you want to call it, shadow feathers or whatever at the end, it glides on in, bro. Over the top, just so freaking awesome, man. Again, this is the same game we saw that where he yeeted the horse, as the youngins say, in that video last year, or was it earlier this year, where he jumps off the cliff and just lets the horse fall, and he takes off through the air. Like, this game is going to be the real deal. This game is going to be that next big gun. I'm telling you, go. Keep your eyes on it. Keep it on your list.
Extremely impressive, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have much else I need to get into, and I need to start ramping things down to get me some rest for the day to prepare for my evening. So greatly appreciate everybody coming through to check out Living Split Screen and another high octane show that we did today. Again, we're giving that passionate conversation along with chopping it up. Yes, Bold, you can go anywhere. You can go anywhere that you can see, just like Skyrim. Going to be just like that. Yes. And it's funny because they are reusing, from what I can tell, at least, a lot of the areas from Black Desert. So there's a lot of similarities that I'm noticing. Like, one of the towns that they were in looked very similar to a town that I used to visit all the time called Heidel. So that was really interesting to see. Again, for the players that are familiar with their world, you just get a little bit of those bits and pieces that kind of pull you in from the MMO side into the single player side. Karate Laundromat, this is not an MMO. This is a single player game. They have an MMO called Black Desert Online.
Correct.
Yep. That has had years of service. It's actually if you ask me an MMO to play, I'm going to tell you Black Desert Online. Actually, and you want to know a game that I'm scared of, is Black Desert Online. Because if I play that, it's the only game that I can play. I can't play nothing else. I wouldn't, and that's part of the reason I stopped playing it. I got 1,500 hours is enough. It's like that again.
Stupid.
Destiny is 2 games, and I'd put over more than that in there, but I got 1,500 hours in Black Desert Online, bro, and that's probably light in comparison to a lot of people who still play that game. So yeah, man, it's a whole life. Karate says could be better. Played a lot of the Korean MMO. All end game is PvP. I disagree. But I get why you say that. It's definitely going to be better. The single player experience, even in BDO, this seems to be the game that's taken all the things that we're missing, that were the negatives of the MMO, the story not being as strong. They've adjusted that since, so it is better and easier to understand. But this is literally focusing on one character, really building out a story, focusing on the abilities, and I think it's going to bring a fantasy element that people can really love, man. So more in line with Dragon's Dogma, some Final Fantasy in there, some there's just Assassin's Creed, Witcher. There's so many different elements, like so many different types of games and universes that you can kind of combine to understand what they're bringing into here. So this is coming to everywhere. So
yep.
I don't know if there's a Steam listing for Crimson Desert. Again, they typically wait on that until it's time. Maybe we'll get one at TGS. All right. Well, let's go ahead and wind it down, ladies and gentlemen. Greatly appreciate everybody for coming through on this episode 164 of Living Split Screen. It was a fabulous episode. again, if you're looking for that live raw uncut energy, you can come right here every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Again, apologies for the late start today, but you guys still came through in droves, which is still a beautiful thing. And had really dope conversation to have in chat as well. Saw y'all chopping it up in there, along with as I was managing things in the background. But you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain that T is a 7 everywhere. Right now, I'm currently fighting for the Emperor in PvP. So if you need me, want to add me on Epic, so you can make sure that I'm good to go. Or maybe if you want to add me on Xbox, again, Steel Rain that T is a 7 everywhere. Other than that, I'm not on any other shows currently. So again, Saturday mornings where I'll be, and find me on the social media sites, Twitter, otherwise known as X. And again, every Saturday right here on Living Split Screen. Boom! Get these beautiful people out of here. Let them know where they can find you, and another great episode with you, man.
Oh, Brody, it's great to be back here, man. The energy off the charts on a Saturday morning to get things rolling in here. And again, thanks everybody, like Steele said, for joining us an hour late today. Obviously things happen, real life's here, but we still need to come here. Like, we don't miss unless we absolutely have to, because first of all, Steele and I, this is where we catch up, even though we had a fucking huge play session of Space Marine 2 last weekend, but this is where we catch up. Get together, talk about all the topics that we haven't been able to really talk about outside of a few DMs back and forth here and there. But this is where we also get to connect with all of you, some of our favorite people in this community, a lot of familiar names that come everywhere to all of our shows. And again, appreciate every single one of you, whether you lurk or whether you are actually active in the chat. It doesn't matter to us, or whether you listen in the future during your work week, right? And you catch up with us then. All love and respect to each and every single one of you for being here, and especially today on a late start day. Thank you for making this show and Saturday mornings what they are for me and Steel. And Steel, obviously, everything you do behind the scenes, brother, even if you have a busy schedule, you got a family, you still make it happen from the tech side of things and everything else, getting things set up, sharing it out, getting it up on all the audio sites as well. Like, again, brother, I can't tell you enough. Thank you enough for all that you do to make this show go. Yeah. Even one day a week, brother, it's a big thing. It's a big deal. So appreciate you, man, for showing up here, coming off the work day, man, and keeping that energy level high. So great conversations today. Listen, y'all, you know the drill by now. Pong Soul, Xbox, Pong Soul, X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Steam, Epic, GOG, don't care. Find me, I'll follow you back. Tonight, we are back on the Shop podcast. PTK Blam had tech issues last week, but we are back. He's fixed them. So it's going to be PTK Blam. It's going to be Fuzzy Belvedere. It's going to be myself. And then we've got the other brother, Mav, once again, rolling on through to talk all of this news tonight. It's going to be fun as hell. So be there for that. Again, the Shop podcast, PTK Blam's channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Quick 2-hour show. He's really good at keeping it 2 hours, and it's just the best way to end your Saturday night. Have us on in the background while you're playing vids, man. Be there, join us. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, it's Xbox Factor, it's Double Barrel Gaming, it's Mr. Boomstick. Gotta shout the man out, even though I'm not on his panels anymore. He does it 5 days a week, but Xbox Factor's my favorite place. Be there Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, and join that crew for all good things green. My week starts Thursday on PM in the PM Pong and Mav in the PM over on the Fun Speculation Network, as we like to call it, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time every Thursday night. 2-man show like this, where we go for about 3+ hours as well. Me and Mav catch up on our week and have a great time every Thursday night. And then, of course, Fridays, Fun Speculation Network again for Xbox Ultimate. We just celebrated episode 200 last night. Thank you for everybody who dropped on by. It's a later show on Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. But thank you everybody in the chat who showed up. and said hi and congratulations to us. Again, you guys are a part of these shows as much as the panels are, because without you, it's just a bunch of us BSing by ourselves in Xbox Live or Discord or wherever. You guys make the shows go, and you make them what they are. So, but 200 was huge. We had a ton of cool guests. If you want to see that roll through, we had King David, we had Dirt Griggity, we had Boom. Colt rolled through, which was a surprise. Infinite Umbra joined us. So please go check that out. It was a fun show last night, just kind of talking in general about Xbox and a lot of the stuff going on. But that happens every Friday night on Xbox Ultimate. Otherwise, everybody, it's the golden age of gaming. It really, really is. A lot of people trying to tell you it sucks out here. I'm sorry. I'm never going to agree with that. It doesn't suck. There might be more games that come out that aren't interesting or don't appeal to you, but there's just tons more games in general coming out, which means there's more games that should appeal to you or that will appeal to you at the same time. That's how it is for me. That's why I call it the golden age. I've never had this many games that I want to play that I can't even get time to play or can't even afford to buy, and I'm stacked. I'm absolutely stacked. So please, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Tonight, in fact, the Shop Podcast. See you there. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll see you next week on episode 165 of Live the Split Screen. Really appreciate you guys coming out, and much love. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.